All right. I hope that's working. If it's not working, we're gonna have serious problems. Like, if things are already shit, then we're in trouble, boys. So, I guess I'm so out of practice with this. I'm so out of practice with streaming, and I'm so out of practice with setting up like OBS Streamlabs and everything that I'm afraid I'm probably gonna dox myself somehow tonight, which is gonna be awesome. I think sounds okay so far. Cool. I don't know whether I'm going to turn off this like low-key chill coffee lounge music. There's some like jazzy shit going on in the background. I don't know what I'm gonna do about that if the game starts to have music. You cannot hear my music. It's probably because I turned it like 13 decibels down because I hate it when people's music interferes with their speaking, but I'll take it up just a tiny notch up to negative 9 decibels and see if you can hear it. OBS says it's recording. Oh, there's somebody that Waifugate should be able to ban, but he can't. I don't think. He doesn't have a sword for some reason. That is extremely stupid, and my former roommates should probably have swords. I need to give Malcolm and Daryl both swords. Yeah, that's incredible considering, you know, how long I haven't streamed for. So before we do anything else, let me see. I can probably ban them out of my actual. You know what's funny is that they showed up on my OBS. One message is deleted by a moderator. Oh, so that must have been Elizabeth. She's probably watching too. So how do I make you guys admins? Let's see. Mod view. Uh-oh. Am I about to get owned? How do I mod you? There you go. You're modded, and yo, Bright, how's it going, man? I saw you pop out in chat there for a second. I'm just rolling around modding like my roommates. You guys are just gonna get swords in case you happen to see spam messages and that sort of thing. I'm not gonna be like precious about handing out mod stuff. Okay, so I'll go back to my home page there. Cool. Sorry, there's nothing happening yet. This is pretty much like stream setup. Doing quite well. Procrastinating on my sleep. I work late tomorrow anyway. Probably the script watching. Socket reports people just started streaming or something like that. Yeah. I imagine there's all sorts of... I imagine that stuff is even getting augmented. Definitely getting augmented by the advances in machine learning and stuff that's going on. I was too proactive with my sleep yesterday. Slept an extra hour and some change today. I love that human beings can say inane shit like, I was too proactive with my sleep today, and it can make good sense. It's just like, holy fuck, being a person is so fucking hard. Like, right down to the foundations. I mean, maybe not, maybe it wasn't always this way. Like, you know, 300 years ago, 400 years ago, get even further back than that, and it's like, you know, you're way more likely to die to bacterial infection in your mouth, but it probably wasn't quite as complicated. Get a smaller, a narrower set of concerns. But nowadays it's fucked up. Anyway, all right, so I guess I'm going to explain what I'm doing. I'll explain it once. And what are we at, like 13 minutes? I get a kind of time when I start this because what this is going to be is this is a Siralim playthrough. Siralim, it's the ultimate version, Siralim Ultimate. It's the newest one. I downloaded Siralim 3 by accident. So when I say this is totally blind, that is not 100% true. Number one, I know the shape of what I'm getting into. I know that it's a monster tamer game. I know it's going to be kind of a turn-based RPG like Pokemon, that sort of thing. I've also played 10 minutes or so of Siralim 3, which is the predecessor, the progenitor of this game. And so, but actually Steam says that I played 90 minutes of it, which is complete horseshit. I popped the game open and got called away by my grandfather, who I'm caretaking for, and got interrupted several times, and basically got through the tutorial, and that was it. So totally blind is almost completely accurate. I got through the tutorial. What happened was I got through the tutorial and I realized, holy shit, this is going to be a complex experience, because I was expecting something like Pokemon. I mean, Pokemon can get complex, but it doesn't layer its systems in the way that games that usually attract my horrible attention deficit personality do, like Path of Exile, with just this multi-layered, hideously complex labyrinthine system, or Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup, where you literally have to like manage your experience as though you're a programmer in its memory or something. And allocate it as you acquire it to like subsets of skills that then apply to subsets of spells. You know, stuff like that is fairly complex, and I like complex dynamics, but I don't necessarily like contrived games. So I played through Siralim's tutorial, Siralim 3, and immediately after the tutorial, it jettisons you into like a library feature of the game, which is kind of an integrated wiki of all the systems. And I started browsing that, and I browsed that for about an extra 2 or 3 minutes, and I realized, you know, holy shit, this is a game. There's going to be a lot of intersecting systems, and it's going to be interesting, and I'm probably going to want to write about it and or talk about it. And so I was like, well, fuck it, I'll just stream it. So I contacted one of my friends who's deeply into Monster Tamer games. His name is Adam. And I said, well, why don't we do, like, what would be more interesting to me as a piece of content to make is, why don't we do this side by side? Why don't we both, and by the way, I know this is a tangent, but those of you in the stream, can you guys hear the music now? Anybody can answer this question. I don't know if it's audible. I bumped it a little bit, and Streamlabs says it. You don't think so? Really? Just none? Let me turn it way up. I'm going to bump it up another 3 decibels and see if that works. Anyway. Siralim looks like a complex game, and I asked Adam if he would side along with me. So we're going to do like a collab. And how we're going to do a collab is, we've said, well, okay, we can handle 6 hours a week, divided between days or whatever. And so I'm going to limit myself to streaming this. I'm going to stream every piece that I play. I'm going to stream 6 hours of it a week, and then 1 day a week, Fridays. Adam and I have a time prearranged when we were going to get together, and we're going to do like a collab stream where, and Malcolm, I almost hit you up for this. I thought you would turn me down though. And Adam has been jonesing for something to do with me, but I would have bought you a copy of the game if I had thought that this was something you would be into. But on Fridays, Adam and I are going to get together and talk about, we're going to compare notes regarding our run. And more as an exploration thing. It's not a contest. It's not a race. And just talk about the systems that are going on in the game, what we're trying to do with the game, what the experience is like. And I'll backseat him with his run for like 45 minutes. And basically, as he's poking around and talking about, you know, his, what'd you have? You know, I will 100 million% hit you up in the future if after, you know, you see what's going on with this, if you feel like it's a format that you like. So I'm going to do 6 hours a week streaming this, and then 1.5 hours on a day where I'll backseat his game and we'll look at where he's at and what's going on in his run, and then swap over and then do 45 minutes where he's backseating my run and I'm explaining like what's gone on through mine, and we exchange ideas basically. That's the whole idea. It's not very, you know, excessively organized or anything, and I don't think either of us is going to be fastidious about it, but that's going to be at the beginning of the video, so hopefully people can just skip to the content at this point. But if you want the explanation of what's going on, I'll probably title it or something in the YouTube video. All right, So hopefully the music is at least slightly audible now. I don't know what I'm going to do about it because I might just actually turn it off as soon as the game audio comes on. So we have a list of hotkeys here. I'm going to go ahead and start. We're just going to say I've been live for 18 minutes. So I'll go to 2 hours and 18 minutes and we won't worry too much about that. So this is WSID movement. Q is my select. E is my cancel, it looks like. No, it's confirm. Okay, Q is cancel, but it also brings up menus when you're not in menu context, I guess. And then we've got confirm selection. F is toggle options. I'm gonna have to remember that. These might need to be changed. Who knows? I wonder if this game is also compatible with gamepads. It feels like it would be way better to play this game on gamepad, but I'll give it a shot on KBM because I'm a KBM homeboy. So anyway, we're gonna press E to continue. Oh, there's some music. Holy crap. All right. That music seems like it's going to be overwhelming, so let's turn off our other music for the moment. Holy shit, my monitoring is 100%, and I don't know if I can, like, think over the music in this game. I'm going to have to turn it down a little bit. Sits around 20-ish decibels as a reference. Is that, like, 20, or is it, like, negative 20? Because I'm at, like, negative 5.8 right now, like... I think what I need to do is, like, turn the desktop music way down. So all we've got is new game here. Okay, so what an interesting title screen experience. Wow, this is negative 20. Alright, I'm gonna get into this game as quickly as possible to see if I can turn it down. This is some very epic music. Caliban says, "At last, I have found you." I have to turn this down for my own sake. Like, I hope you guys can hear that, but I have to turn it down or I'm going to die. Caliban says, "At last I found you. Do not be alarmed. This is merely a dream. You are the monarch of Siralim, yes? I mean, if you say so." You tried to say yes. Do I? I'm already having my agency stolen. But this happens to be one of those dreams where you can't speak. You also try to nod your head, but you can't move either. Well, that is kind of how it feels. Ooh, that's a relief. Imagine my embarrassment if I'd invaded the wrong dream. And fear not, despite your sleep paralysis, I can read your thoughts just fine. They shoved me into this game, they bound and gagged me, and they, like, make a comment about sleep paralysis. This game is terrifying. You should have seen the start of Siralim 3. It was way more jarring than this. It was funny. Now then, what should we call you? Okay. That's fine. We'll just go with Wes. Oh. I actually... There we go. Wes, you say. A fine name indeed. You can call me Caliban. I'll probably start skipping over these, depending, in favor of, like... I mean, I don't know. I don't know whether I'm going to focus on systems or whatnot. But the narrative usually bores me to tears. You might think of me as a ghost or phantasm or something of that nature. Just think of me vaguely. I am a mercurial entity. In other words, I don't exist in your world. Okay, cool. I have another question for you. What is your specialization? Oh yeah, this is... So we're like a Pokemon trainer, but immediately we are faced with a class system just right away. Oh, wow, okay. I have a feeling this is going to take me a while to get through. Animator, there's a fine line between genius and insanity. It's difficult to say on... I'm going to read these more quickly and then, like... Yeah, my name is just Wee! I'm going to read through these pretty quickly, I think, without, like, voiceovering and then sort of summarize. It is perfecting animation. Powerful as their masters, dark experiments unveil new opportunities. As an animator, you'll always have a unique creature in your party called an animatus. Your entire battle strategy will likely focus on this creature. You can empower your animatus, and even use your other creatures to make it stronger in combat. Okay, so you're like a one-shot golem guy. Yeah, you know what? The user interface was terrible in the Siralim 3 compared to what's going on here. This is actually a lot better organized. The way that things are being presented to me is not too bad. We have this little icon down in the bottom right next to Animatus, I'm sure is used to... well, no, it looks like they... Oh, okay, so there is like maybe like a death type or something. There are different types. There's like sun type. Anyway, okay, so the animator is one big golem guy, and you basically build your whole strategy around that. Sounds like it's probably wrong, but keep going. Deranged spellcaster willing to do anything to overcome foes. Cost of his own creatures' lives. This means menacing spellcasters adept at manipulating life force of allies and foes alike, and his endless pursuit for power. Blood mage, your creatures will grow more powerful as they take damage. Okay, there's a name for that archetype, like a shorthand for that archetype in genres, and I forget what it is, but where you basically want to get to 0, or like you want to bring your characters to 1 HP as quickly as possible. To facilitate these effects, the Blood Mage offers a variety of different ways to inflict damage on his own creatures. Wacky. Okay, so that's your appearance. Cool, I actually didn't read that, because I'm paying a whole lot of attention. Your appearance and the starting creature. Forsaken Scourgewalker. We get an Animatus up here. Cool, okay. Not very interested in the Blood Mage. Animator kind of appeals to me on some level. Kabbalist. The Kabbalist can conjure spell gems out of thin air to be used by their creatures at any given moment. These magi prefer to employ high-risk, high-reward battle strategies to ensure their victory. So I played Siralim 3 just long enough to know that battle, like, spell gems seem like... And I can't be 100% sure how they work in total because, you know, I didn't get far enough. But spell gems seem to be the way that you equip skills to your creatures, abilities to your creatures. And so this seems interesting. Playstyle. As a Kabbalist, you'll enable your creatures to cast spells that they normally wouldn't have access to. While other people's creatures might run out of spell gem charges, you'll be able to keep your creatures well stocked with fresh spell gems at the start of every battle. Interesting. And a Jin Dreamwalker for a starting creature. Cleric. Best offense is some say is good defense. Clerics protect their creatures with powerful healing abilities and steadfast barriers, ensuring that not even the most tenacious of foes can overcome them. Healing and defense is actually usually really good in this kind of game. Especially once you get into situations where, like, I'm sure that the cleric class gets you, like, debuff peel and that sort of thing. Based Blood Mage. Just shred your own guys. Yeah, right. That is exactly what I thought the moment I got into Siralim 3. I was like, oh, okay, well, there's a newer version of this game. It's got more classes. It's got more mechanics. It's got more systems. That's what the name of the... That's the branding. That's how they're billing themselves. Is like, they're like, we're the Pokemon game, but with a million intersecting systems. And so I'm like, okay, you know, this is a game I can explore and talk about and probably play for a very, very long time. It also claims to have a big old-fashioned open, endless end game state. And I don't know how long I'll play the game. Depends on how long Adam and I both stay interested in it. But yeah, it's a lot of classes just to start things off. Anyway, Cleric. As a Cleric, you'll specialize in healing abilities as well as buffing, resurrecting, stat boosting effects, providing your creatures with protective barriers. Your creatures will be extremely difficult to kill. I love the summary sentence where they're just like, yeah, TLDR, your creatures, they don't die. Defiler. The difference between good and evil is often a matter of perspective, but the morality of a Defiler is simple enough for anyone to decide. I would use the word understand there. These dark magi take sadistic pleasure in afflicting their adversaries with crippling diseases, reducing them to weakened husks that no longer have the capacity to defend themselves. Playstyle as Defiler, you'll specialize in debuffs and stat-reducing effects. Okay, so we're a curse guy. Enemies will be so weak that your party will be able to easily pick them off, even if they were originally much more powerful than your creatures. I like what they're doing with this playstyle bit, because really what they're saying, yeah, zombie baby class. The Dread Spectre here. What they are doing with this playstyle thing is they're like, here's your power fantasy. Like, here's a, like, 2 or 3 sentence blurb that is like, is this power fantasy for you mechanically? And that is immediately appealing to me. I feel like these game devs are like trying to hook people like me, like players like me. Evokers are the ultimate spellcaster. They excel at casting enhanced versions of spells multiple times in a row to overwhelm their enemies before they can act. So you're a blaster caster. This is your Blastocaster. As an Evoker, you'll empower your creature's spellcasting capabilities. Your creatures will be able to cast the same spell multiple times in one turn, which seems immediately broken because we all know how that sort of thing pans out in these games. And and these spells will be much stronger than if they had cast them without your guidance. So your class thing is like multiplying spells. Like you just multiplicatively enhance what's going to go on when you cast spells. You probably want creatures that have, you know, inbuilt nukes and stuff. Interesting. I don't know if I'm going to go there. Hell Knight, different from the Blood Mage, apparently. Careful planning and uptight caution are nothing but a cause to doubt oneself. Hell Knights realize the fact and instead opt to send their creatures charging headlong into battle, relying on brute strength and reckless attacks to ensure a swift victory. This is the DCSS Trog. This is your Berserker class, it sounds like. As a Hell Knight, you'll favor creatures that specialize in attacking. Hell Knights grant their creatures increased critical damage. So there's a multiplier for attacks. And cause a variety of effects to occur when they attack. This is interesting because the first game I played, Siralim 3, that I only played for like 10 minutes, the first creature they give you applies a random debuff on attack. And you walk through the tutorial with that because I chose the Death class. And so it'd be really interesting if you get like random debuffs on hit and stuff like that. Hell Knights are surprisingly adept at spellcasting in a pinch as well. Ashura Heart Ripper and your appearance, you know, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. So that's the Berserker attack-based guy, and also you get debuffs on hit and stuff. That's nice. Inquisitor. Burn the Witch, Judge the Heretic, Slay the Non-Believer. Inquisitors make use of healing effects just as much for offense as they do for defense. They enact justice on behalf of the gods, and no one will be spared from Holy Rapture. Thematic. As an Inquisitor, you will have a solution at your disposal for every problem you encounter. In addition, Inquisitors are able to use healing effects for offensive purposes. For example, when your creatures heal enemies, they instead cause damage to them. That's awesome. Just like everything tagged healing now does damage equivalent to whatever it would heal. That seems like it would be difficult to balance, and so I'm tempted to kind of lean on it and see if I can't break it. Because I'm sure there's some kind of skill that maybe, hopefully, I mean, given 1,200 monsters and a bunch of ability, got overlooked or can be manipulated in some way that was unanticipated. That would be like a leverage point for me. Monks. Strong defense is unnecessary when your foe is unable to strike you in the first place. Monks grant their creatures unmatched agility, enabling them to dodge incoming attacks and spells and respond with devastating counterattacks. As a monk, you'll boost your creature's chance to dodge attacks and spells. When your creatures dodge, they will unleash a devastating counterattack on the enemy. That sounds really good because it's the first... I mean, Hell Knights are also kind of... Hell Knight playstyle sounds like it's got a lot of passive perks to it. So the thing about these is that they are actually they're not just like straight passives that you get thrown onto your class. From what I understand, there's actually also like skill trees within these classes. So you start playing and then you're going to like further specialize your class as you level up, which is really interesting. So that's cool, though, because it sounds like that is a largely passive feature in, like, a turn-based combat system, which is obviously going to be strong. Necromancer. Alright. Let's see. I so often pick Necromancers in games like this, so I may steer away from that, it depends. Let's see. Necromancers prefer to overwhelm their foes by summoning minions to aid their creatures in battle. Enemies are often so perplexed by the number of undead monstrosities charging at them from across the battlefield that they're dead long before they realize what happened. Swarm playstyle. As a necromancer, you'll summon minions to aid your creatures in battle. These minions can do all kinds of things to support your creatures. They can cause damage, boost your creature's stats, debuff enemies, and more. Dreadhound. Bleeding out of the mouth. This Dreadhound just does not look very healthy. It's got like a fish fin on its back. It's bleeding out of its face. Looks like all the skin has come off of its front paws. It's like Misfortune Hound. It's not Not a very happy or healthy creature. Color scheme makes it look sick too. Yeah, it's an unhappy pupper. That's what's going on with this dog. Sad doggo. All right, Pyromancer. This is like the first straight elementally themed one. The Evoker was the spellcaster, right? Yeah, okay. Pyromancer quite literally thrive on watching the world burn. Okay, these maniacal magi ignite both friend and foe alike with a brilliant conflagration, causing their enemies to suffer gruesome deaths while empowering their allies with the power of flame. Flame on! Playstyle. As a Pyromancer, you'll make heavy use of Burning debuff to deal damage to enemies over time. In addition, your own characters will be afflicted with this debuff, but it will heal and empower them rather than damaging them. That's really interesting. Like, that's just an interesting spin on it. I wasn't expecting the heal mechanic. Magma Golem as a starting creature. The Magma Golem is a Chad, though. Look at that guy. Or an Oddliz. All these problems will buff out. Reaver. Perseverance. Okay, hold on. Reaver is the... Okay, Reaver. This is our specialization. Perseverance, an iron will, and a touch of insanity are the perfect recipe for victory. Reavers live and die by this mantra, instilling their creatures with a cold and calculated anger that allows them to grow more powerful during battle with their while their foes tire out. Oh, okay, so we've got like these scaling. This is creatures on a curve, or power on a curve, I guess. Power as a function of time, battle duration. As a Reaver, your creatures will gain massive benefits in combat as battles continue to drag on. If your creatures manage to survive for a few extra turns, they'll be able to devastate your enemies. That dragon thing is actually awesome. That's I was immediately drawn to this because of the Enoch's Apocalypse, I guess is the name of the creature. These creatures are also, like, over the top. Frostbite Yeti, huh? Sorcerer. Sorcerer and Evoker as, like, a distinction is pretty interesting. Sorcerers are masters of controlling the battlefield. Why worry about offense or defense when your enemies can't move to begin with? Okay, so we're talking, like, control. As a sorcerer, you'll support your creatures by debilitating their enemies from afar. Generally, your enemies won't be able to act for the first few turns in battle as long as you're around. That's really, really interesting because that sounds broken, like, from the get-go. Like, just any game, any turn-based game where you can just say, well, I get a couple of turns of latitude from the start is usually really, really powerful. Wardens. Wardens are wholly attuned to the needs of their creatures. These powerful magi empower their creatures with various boons to give them an edge over their opponents in battle. So this is buffs. As a warden, you will be able to grant your creatures every buff in existence. Every buff in existence sounds so awesome when you say it like that. You are the imagine you are the game developer and you are writing this sentence and you just say every buff in existence, and then you have to back that shit up. Like no matter what you decide to do thereafter, you're just like, oh shit, I didn't think about this. But now all of these buffs I have to give the warden access to every single one of these buffs. Fuck. That's like a way to crowd yourself instantly. In addition, your creatures will get stronger as they continue to accumulate more buffs. Okay, so not only buffs, but stacking buffs. Interesting. Witch Doctor. Witch Doctors are spiritual warriors who cast deadly hexes and curses on their enemies, forcing them to fight against each other. That also sounds wacky. As a Witch Doctor, you'll manipulate your foes into damaging each other and empowering your creatures to ensure victory. Well, I like the Witch Doctor appearance. Gimp Mummy. I don't know about that starting creature, though. That's cause for hesitation. So I get it. My most tempting has to go to Animator like immediately. It's so unilateral, and I'm such a throw brick kind of player, where like my immediate instinct in these games is to lean as hard as possible on one mechanic, and we have here a class that is like, by the way, this This class is just one mechanic. There are a few classes like that, though. Like, the Cleric is obviously all about blasting with heals. Oh, Gimp, the Gimp mummy is a Pulp Fiction monster. Is it like a reference? I've seen Pulp Fiction. I don't remember that. But then again, you know, probably a million years ago. Warden's pretty tempting. I'm not even a little tempted by the Pyromancer, despite thinking it's a cool take on fire. Oh wait, no, the clerics are the defensive guys. The Inquisitor was what I was thinking about earlier, where you get to caster blast but with heals. That's pretty tempting. So my top two picks for like what sounds the strongest right out of the gate here have to go to like Sorcerer, Evoker, and like maybe Hell Knight, because crits are always insane in this game, like in this style of game. But I'm definitely torn between like Animator, Evoker, maybe like Warden. Warden actually seems really funny because I read the unicorn as Holocauster. Wait. This one? Holy cast. Yeah. The unicorn's got some interesting views. Alright, so what are we gonna do here? The Evoker exists at an intersection of things that I find interesting and things that I think are gonna be really powerful. But I am definitely super drawn to the Animator. I think we're gonna go ahead. Normally I would agonize over these early decisions a little bit more. Because I tend to care more about the aesthetics that like at this point than anything else. But I think I've got to do this, you know, in a reasonable amount of time. So despite I'm gonna just go with my instinct here. I think we're just being an Animator. So E is my confirm button. Wow, you took so long to tell me your specialization that you slept well past your normal waking time. I'll get right to the point then. I wonder if it times you. I wonder if there are actually different messages for this. I just noticed that my my portrait is actually, like, my camera is actually cutting off. Real screen stuff that's happening. That's okay. You know the Kingdom of Nex, correct? No. You try to say yes, of course I know Nex. They are our most trusted ally, and we often trade shard goods with each other. Like, goods that were surprised because we told them something unexpected. But you are still unable to speak. As I thought, listen closely, Wes. The King of Nex is not to be trusted. Recently, he managed to procure the ultimate nether orb. So, like, the King of Nex is a guy who just emerged from the dungeon in Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. He's got the ultimate nether orb, a powerful relic that can be used to bend the gods to its user's will. I fear that he will use this orb to take control of the entire world of Rhodia. You attempt to snort dismissively and ask Caliban how he could possibly know of the ultimate nether orb's whereabouts, much less the King of Nex's ambitions. I like my character. I like who I am. I am confident in my accusations. I have observed his dreams and have seen what he plans to do after his magi have finished charging the orb. His future actions do not bode well for Rhodia. So this guy is surmising based on, like, based on voyeuristic dream peeping, I guess. You don't have much time. Awaken now and tell your most trusted advisors what we spoke about in this dream. Formulate a strategy to infiltrate Nex and steal the ultimate nether orb so that it will not be used for ill purposes. Okay, so Nex is the bad thing. Farewell, Wes. We will speak again soon. Alright, good morning, my liege. Hebron. Well bet, Wes. Okay, Demius. Everett, hail, Wes. I hope this day finds you well. After nodding impatiently through the onslaught of greetings, you tell everyone about the dream you had last night. Caliban, eh? Haven't heard that name in quite some time. They say that if Caliban appears in your dreams, he'll haunt your sleep until you do as he says. I bet Hebron doesn't get along with the Unicorn Holycaster very much. Hebron. I'm trying to remember which mythology that name is getting derived from. So Caliban is apparently a persistent asshole. Demios has the right of it, at least as far as the rumors claim. Hebron, it all sounds a bit superstitious to me, like how you're supposed to bring cats aboard a ship for good luck, or how you should kiss your granny on the lips while her mouth is full of porridge to rid yourself of disease. Some interesting superstitions in this world. Anyway, I say we wait things out and see if Caliban shows himself again. No sense in worrying about something that might have just been a trick of the mind. As far for me, I don't believe Caliban exists at all, just an old story to help pass the time in taverns. Suddenly, unimaginable pain spurs up the back of your neck and through your forehead. Unimaginable pain? You wince from the agony of it all, and before long... So you wince. I'm sorry. We experienced unimaginable pain, and our response was to wince. Try again. And before long, your vision fades into darkness. There we go. At least we pass out. Like, unimaginable pain. Caliban, you don't believe me, eh? What say you now? Okay, so Caliban tore his way out of the back of my skull, apparently. What do you mean, Wes? And why are you making your voice so deep all of a sudden? And why are your eyes glowing red? And why are you floating a few inches off the ground? Okay. Imbecile, it is not Wes. You misguided muttonhead, it is I, Caliban. Quit messing around, Wes. You're not Caliban. I like Hebron. It is a sad day indeed to learn that the fate of Rhodia rests in your incompetent hands. Yes, I am Caliban. Does my appearance truly leave everyone so skeptical? Ignore Hebron, Sir Caliban, and accept my apologies on his behalf. He's not all right in the head after all. So Wes spoke the truth of it. Caliban is real. Indeed. Guess Wes's story was true after all. Keep telling people. Usually I tell the truth. I am sorely disappointed at how much time you're all wasting prattling about absolutely nothing. Now listen closely, as you don't have much time. You must travel to Nex and capture the ultimate Nether Ore before it's too late. Rally your men and summon your most powerful creatures and get on with it at once. If I ever make a game, I swear, I'm going to refuse to let anybody inject narrative into my game so that nobody has to have the experience I'm having right now. Writing in need of an editing pass. Structural editing phase. There's no way I'm letting Wes get into any sort of danger. Damios and I will handle this, says Hebron, the apparently mentally unwell. Damios, well, try to be diplomatic about it at first. See if the ultimate Nether Orb even exists in Nex as you claim, and then see about taking it someplace safe. Damios says, come on, Hebron. We shall take our leave immediately. That would have been a long time ago. Everett, while we are away, work with Wes to warn the other gods about Nex's ambitions and try to rally them to our cause. If our visit to Nex doesn't go according to plan, we'll need all the help we can get. Take care, Damios, Hebron. Farewell. Nice meeting you, Sir Caliban. Time to relinquish my control of this body in the future. I pledge to communicate with you all a bit more gracefully. That is to say, I won't overtake Wes's body and cause them excruciating amounts of pain. Thanks. I would appreciate you foregoing the entire excruciating amount of pain thing. That seems optimal. Right then, that just happened. That is exactly how I feel. Rhodia to warn the guy, but we both know you're better suited for the task. Diplomacy's never been my point of strength for me. Not to mention the gods will respect you more for seeking out their aid in person. It's been a while about. Let's day getting you back in the swing things. When you're ready, say the word and we'll... Okay, so a little rust. Speak with Everett to start your first battle. Is this you? Let's get started on your training. First, review the basics of combat. They say the best way to learn is by doing, so let's jump right into battle. Your Animatus versus my Unicorn Vivifier. Alright. There's no need to hold back, Your Majesty. A hostile Unicorn Vivifier appeared. And apparently my Animatus has 40 HP. We've got Cast. I have no spells, though, so that's not happening. We have Defend, we have Provoke. I don't know what those do, so I'm not going to use those. Attacking feels like it'll get the job done. 17 damage. I take 0 damage. I'm awesome. Take 0 damage. Let's just keep attacking, then. Seems like a simple solution to a straightforward problem. 0 damage again. 13 damage. Is this really the tutorial? What is all this shit at the bottom of my screen? We got 5,000 mutated oranges. Wait, we got like 200. We had 5,000. We started with 5,000. Okay. Animatus gained a level. Cool. Well done. That battle was fairly straightforward since both of us have only one creature. Later, you'll be able to take up to 6 creatures with you on your journey, and you'll fight up to 6 enemies at a time as well. 6 is a lot for a party, and I wonder if that's not going to, like, cause issues later on. After you defeat an enemy, you'll gain some of that creature's mana. After you gather enough mana, you'll be able to summon that creature and use it in battle. Okay, I like that it's deterministic. Lots of people are going to hate this because for whatever reason, people are like dopamine-seeking zombies who prefer to be who prefer to spend their time on like an RNG treadmill. But I actually like that this is deterministic, and I'm going to say that, you know, since I'm me, my opinion is the best. This means that you can kind of work. I wonder if there's also an RNG component. Like if you can somehow recruit creatures. I have enough mana instantly to summon a Unicorn Vivifier. I don't think that's gonna happen regularly. If that happens regularly, then this is kind of annoying. Head eastward to the Summoning Brazier and summon a new Unicorn Vivifier. Knowledge increased Unicorn Vivifier rank F. 3 new notifications. Press Y to view them? I assume they mean Q. Is it really going to feed me? I wonder if it just, like, noticed that I have a controller. Okay. I guess I'll just play it on controller. It looks like it's going to be way easier. Seems like it's going to be way easier to play on controller, so I'll just do that. Okay, press Y to view them. There we go. Summon ready, Unicorn Vivifier. Knowledge increased, Unicorn Vivifier rank F. Achievement earned, becoming an animator. Oh yeah, that's right. I think you can kind of switch between classes later on. I'm not sure. I'm gonna hate that, I'm sure. Okay, so that's my talk button. That's also a talk button. And this is my cancel, but also my menu button. I have some currencies, I see. Notoriety, glory, and piety. Prophecies, complete all story. You have not unlocked this feature yet. So there are features I've got to unlock. Cards. You don't have any cards yet. Codex. Okay. We're gonna hold until the game prompts me to do some of that stuff. Okay, so this is 2 tiles wide. Select a creature to summon. It costs 1,000 purple juice. What is that? Okay, so maybe getting the mana is the easy part, and then you have to have these materials to summon the creature. This thing has some stats. Looks like more health than anything else, but equal attack and speed. After this creature attacks, it resurrects a random ally with 50% health. Resurrects a random ally. Okay, so only if one was knocked out though, right? So you summon a new Unicorn Vivifier. I wonder if you can do cool stuff with that where, like, you're a Necromancer, but you're using Unicorn Vivifiers to, like, resummon stuff that dies and then buffs allies or something like that. I don't know. Seems like there are interesting systems already, but I haven't seen any of it, so. Onward and upward. So where are my quests? Let me, do not have enough mana to summon any creatures. Where are my quests? Does it say in here? I don't see a quests. Return to Everett. Does it just tell me over there what my quests are all the time? Like maximum. Very good. Your Unicorn Vivifier. Oh. I'm gonna have to turn those off. Hold on a sec, guys. We are going to swap over to starting soon real quick just to block this. I've got to turn off pop-up notifications here, since it doesn't play politely with streaming. General settings. Windows settings. Am I gonna get, like... Huh. Streamer mode. Enable streamer mode. There we go. Perfect. It actually has a streamer mode. Lovely. Thank you, Gilded developers, for including a... Oh, that's sad. They went to buy me a keyboard case. Roommates over in... old housemates over in Tucson went to buy me a digital piano keyboard carrying case so that they could ship my keyboard to me because I've been jonesing to play some music on it. And they got a case and then it was too shallow for the piano, apparently. So I guess they've got to return it tomorrow and do it again. It's too bad. I was really hoping that would go pretty smoothly for them, since I don't want to put them out of their way any further. Anyway, okay, Everett says, very good, your Unicorn Vivifier will serve you well. Always remember to check the summoning brazier to see what new creatures you can summon. Okay. I gotta click back into the window, I guess. Next, you should take a look around the castle and familiarize yourself with its facilities. First stop should be the menagerie. You'll find it in the western wing of the castle. Speak with Norta once you get there to learn more about it. The menagerie. Okay, so yeah, the story quest seems like... And there's a giant book floating over there that I thought was a user interface element, like a UI icon. Norta and the menagerie. This looks like the menagerie. That's Norta. Good day, Your Majesty. Welcome to the menagerie. What can I help you with today? Explain some of the in and outs of the menagerie. Ah, great question. Menagerie, take care of your creatures for you. While you're on a journey, you can have up to 6 creatures in your party at a time, so you can leave any extras here. I'll ensure they're... Okay, so this is like AFK creature pen. That is to say, I'll make sure they don't die of starvation. I wonder how many slots you have in your menagerie. You can return to the menagerie anytime to swap out creatures from your party if you'd rather take another one with you instead. I assume that in a game with 1,200 creatures, it's going to be borderline infinite, or like at least very expansive or upgradable. Yo, Frey, how's it going? Sorry about the keyboard case debacle. I was really hoping that would go easier for you guys. I am playing Siralim. This is a turn-based RPG monster tamer kind of game. So you can use your menagerie to change the order of the creatures in your party. Personally, I intend to allow my favorite creatures to take the lead, but this is mostly for cosmetic purposes anyway. That's all there is to it. Okay. Return to Everett. Aptly named Back and Forth Quest. Welcome back, Wes. Enjoyed your stroll around the menagerie. Next, you should visit Sabon the Blacksmith. Okay, so that's Norta, and then we get Sabon. Teach you how to forge and equip your creatures with artifacts. Afterwards, speak with Rhea the Enchantress, and she'll teach you how to craft spell gems for your creatures. Okay, so artifacts and spell gems seem like... These are our first 2 systems that we're coming into contact with. We've got, obviously, we got breeding, maybe, or it seems like there will be breeding and summoning, and we can recruit creatures by killing more and more of that creature. Hail, Your Majesty, what can I do for you today? Yeah, it looks... It's actually... That's not where you summon creatures, apparently, though. Apparently, the summoning circle over there is going to be like spell gems, which is your abilities. And the brazier down on the bottom right of this castle is the, where you summon shit, I guess. Hail, Your Majesty, what can I do for you today? I don't say it, I can tell by the look in your eye. You're here to forge an artifact for one of your creatures. You're taken aback by the fact that Sabon thinks himself clever for knowing you're here to make use of his only function. Yeah. Oh ho ho, I can also tell by the look in your eye you think I can only forge artifacts. Plenty more that can be done in an artifact after it's been forged, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. Okay, so you can upgrade and customize artifacts. Explain what artifacts are. Each of your creatures can equip an artifact, so 1 artifact per creature. Artifacts come in 5 different varieties: sword, shield, staves, boots, and helmets. Okay, so all of the basic RPG equip slots, pretty much. The type of artifact determines the primary stat that it boosts. Okay. Swords boost attack, boots increase speed. So there's just 1 for each attribute. Cool. To create an artifact, speak with me and choose Forge. Give it a try right now. Well met, Wes. If you're looking for a new artifact, you come to the right place. You can also upgrade and socket your artifacts and make them stronger than ever. Sockets. Artifact sockets. That's cool. Actually, real quick then, since I'm here, let's check on my creature's stats. This is a very well-rounded creature, but on the whole, it looks like it's got more defense and health than anything else. So, okay, what's the animatus? This creature has 15% more attack and intelligence for each dead creature on your side, and 15% more defense and speed for each living creature on your side. Okay, so if I just pack a party full of dead guys, then, this guy's got, like, what? He takes a slot, so it'd be 5 times 15. 30, 60, 75. Cool. I'm just trying to figure out, like, what kind of artifact should I actually... So forge to create a new artifact. I mean, health feels pretty universally useful. Otherwise, you're free to customize your artifacts any way you want using crafting materials. It's first stat slot. Okay. Upgrade your artifacts to increase their strength and unlock new slots. I wonder what the limit is. Well, I don't much know how these work. Speed seems really useful because if I can one-shot things, then I can go first and one-shot things with attack. Helmets seem useful, not dying, obviously. I said to forge a sword. He tells me. I wasn't paying attention. He told me to forge a sword. Gathers yours to begin hammering violently at the anvil. Despite the last one's peculiar demeanor, you can't help but appreciate his masterful familiarity with the mallet. Within a few minutes, the hammering stops. Hands you the artifact you requested. 10% attack. Okay. Easy enough. So, tiered artifacts. Linear item systems are bad. Everyone should know it. I refunded the game when I had to read so much as well. You know, I don't mind reading a lot. I only mind the fact that it's a bunch of narrative drivel that's probably not, other than cosmetically or aesthetically, going to affect my play experience. This stuff I actually don't mind reading because this stuff is going to have an impact on my experience of the game systems, the intersecting game systems, the mechanics, and the dynamics of the game. So these explanations I don't mind. I kind of wish it didn't feel the need to dress them up in, like, diegetic dialogue, you know? That sort of thing, like what a ludonarrative. When you increase an artifact's tier, all of its stats increase. Okay. Seems straightforward enough. In addition, at certain tiers, your artifacts will gain an additional slot. You can find new crafting materials to icon socket into these slots. So that's just like the icon for sockets. Allowing the artifact to gain a new property. Now I wonder what kind of properties, because that could be really, really interesting, or it could be terribly boring depending on how they set this up. Linear in terms of pure upgrades on what came before, or numerically. I mean, the former. So you've just got items that replace old items, and that kind of a system is always well, I mean, that's it's a bunch of non-decisions a lot of the time, right? Trade-offs are always more interesting. Upgrade your sword to tier 3. Upgrade? Okay, so how much? 11, 12. Your sword is already at tier 3. Okay. So it is the tier that are... Okay. That's enough for now. Pay attention to your quests. Pay attention to your quests. They disappear when I'm in the menu, don't they? Did you notice your artifact stat increased each time you upgraded it? Yeah, how could I not notice that? Also get a new stat slot since it reached tier 3. Take these crafting materials and use them to socket your artifact. This will add an additional property to it. Okay. Red Amber. Socket an artifact stat slot with this item to gain this property attack. Need 5 of these. Okay, so it just gives more attack to it. Okay. The grind. Is that a real thing? Socket to such. Socket your sword some crafting material. Cool. Okay. Boop boop. Empty stat slot. Let's put a red amber in here. Is it gonna use? It's not gonna use all 5, right? You need 5 of these materials to use them for socketing. So maybe I do. Okay, so it gave me 12%. It didn't like give me a. Okay. You should equip your animatus with the sword you just forged. Press B to... Yeah. Okay. Creatures. Equip artifact. Sword. That's really interesting because they didn't tell me, like, before socketing how much it was going to increase. wonder if I have to learn that, or if the user interface sucks. Like, I wonder what's going on with that. Artifacts is merely the basics. For more information, you should consult the Codex. The Codex is a vital source of information to help you learn more about the game. If you ever have any questions about how a certain part of the game works, you should always check the Codex for answers. The Codex also serves as a catalog of information acquired on your journey. This is for the exploration-driven players. I am much more of a systems-driven kind of a guy, but I will try to fill out the Codex as well, I guess. The Codex will magically produce new information for you. Oh, so I'm going to actually need to fill out the Codex to get my information that I crave so badly. You can view the Codex at any time. Yeah, I noticed. I can tell by looking in your eye. You're eager to meet with Rhea next. I'm slowly losing my patience with the dialogue. She'll explain all you need to know about spell gems. Yep. Let's go see Rhea. Rhea, good day to you, Your Majesty. Are you ready to learn about spell gems? Sure am. Equip spell gems to cast spells in battle. Each spell gem allows you to cast a different spell. For example, spell gem Fireball enables cast Fireball. Yeah. Each spell gem has a certain number of charges. Each time a creature I hope that charges matter. Like, I was so, I love sockets. I love them so much. Actually, I think that I do. On a systems level, I like modular items and equips, but I wonder if they're ever going to give me something more interesting than raw stat boosts, because the moment that you figure out the stat system, then it's going to become really clear what you want to prioritize in terms of attributes, and then those are going to turn into non-decisions if they don't give me something, you know, slightly less, like, they need to include incomparables or stuff that's slightly more abstract. Anyway, if a spell gem runs out of charges, your creatures won't be able to use that spell gem until it's recharged. Don't worry, all your spell gems will be recharged automatically when you return to Siralim. That gives it a roguelike feeling, kind of, but only if there's actually some cost associated with getting out of Siralim. You know, like with going out and adventuring or whatever. Otherwise, it's just boring. Otherwise, it's just a chore. It's like come back and refresh your skills. Anyway, let's start by creating new spell gems. Speak with me, choose craft. New skill gem. Desecrate, Nightmare, Vampirism. Okay, do I have a choice here? Does it say which? It didn't tell me which one to do. I don't think. Your creatures will gain leeching. So this is stuff that I give to a creature and the creature casts. Is there some kind of like button that I can press to get like extra detail? Like I want to know what leeching does exactly, you know? It's like obviously it's going to leech some health or something like that, but target takes a moderate amount of damage afflicted with sleeping. Sleep seems really good. Almost all these games, sleep is really, really good. Desecrate takes a moderate amount of damage. Target takes a moderate amount of damage. Plus 100% more damage for each enemy of the same race fighting on the target's side. Okay, so if I'm fighting like a bunch of slimes, I can hit this and like knock out one slime right away or something. I don't know how good that's going to be. I think Nightmare is our choice here. Equip that spell gem to your Animatus. Got it. Creatures, spell gems. We got 3 slots. We'll put Nightmare in 1 slot. Hopefully that's not a permanent decision. Might be. If it is, I guess that's fine. Much like artifact spell gems also have a tier. You can upgrade your spell gems to increase their tier, which increases the potency of the spell. At certain tiers, your spell gems will also gain a new slot, which means they can be enchanted to give that spell gem a new property. These properties change the way the spell works. That's awesome. Like, that's really fascinating. Immediately, I'm like, okay, well, how am I going to be able to use that? Lastly, keep an eye out during your travels for inscriptions. These items can be used to discover new spells for you to craft. Okay. So get inscriptions to get new items. So those are like spell books or something like that. Cool. That's all for now. If you have any other questions about spell gems, remember to check your codex. Cool. All right. Well armed. And all work and no play. Return to Everett. You have 1 new notification. Achievement earned. Inscription prescription. Oh, goodness. I see your creatures are properly equipped with artifacts and spell gems now. Very good. You are now ready to adventure outside. Earn the favor of the gods. You should rest for the remainder of the day. Deimos and Hebron should return from their journey early tomorrow morning, and you'll need to speak with them before you depart. 1 second, fellas. Just one cotton picking second. I would be completely asleep by now. Yeah, I am, honestly. Like, that's really the problem with, like... I honestly get bored. I'm bored to tears anytime I've got to pay attention to, like, narrative in video games. I'm not going to remember any of these guys' names. Like, I remember the functions that they do, right? Like, I remember the blacksmith because he's the guy that I do artifact things with. Not because, you know, he's got a name and we are so enamored with the way that he handles his mallet. Not a euphemism. Rest for the remainder of the day. You speak with them before you depart. Narrative with tutorial, which is cute and usually a horrid idea unless it's very, very short. Like, I don't mind putting flavor to a tutorial, but, like, strictly speaking, like, expositional stuff, narrative, setting, details, meh. Big meh. After a busy day of learning extremely basic things, you head off to bed, right? Fall asleep. Startling dream of falling down the castle stairs. You wake, courtesy muscle spasm. You're like, wow. Because whenever it's doing this, right, I feel like it's wasting. Like, I feel like it's not wasting. It's just not being very respectful of my time and like what I'm here for. It's if I wanted a good story, I would pick up one of the like 300 books that I've ordered in the last 2 months. Just imagine if in this game, instead of all these words, you were put into a dungeon and let play. I mean, I know, right? Like, that's the thing, is the moment it got me into a battle, I was like, all right, here's 900 systems that, you know, I can interact with to figure out what's going on. And that's just way more interactive and interesting than this sort of thing. Anyway, we're going to get through this and we're going to explore the game. It does look like it has interesting systems, so not going to get too dreary about it yet. What happened? Did you find the ultimate nether orb? As Caliban claimed, we found the ultimate nether orb in Nex. And as we planned, we tried to negotiate with Lucius to see if we could come to some understanding. I don't think I've ever heard that guy's name before. We're met with staunch resistance. Lucius destroyed most of our army all by himself. You guys suck. When Damios and I had finally cornered him, the gods intervened. The gods? We nearly lost our lives before we managed to escape. I fear that Lucius already holds influence over many of the gods. They are not, after all, normally prone to physical intervention with the affairs of humans. I see, then perhaps we should petition the gods and explain what is at stake for our world. Surely they will come to their senses and see our side of things. Perhaps they'll even aid us in obtaining the ultimate nether orb. It's a good plan, but that's not our only problem. Before Lucius vanished, he took an ultimate nether orb with him. We have no idea, so Lucius is gone, the nether orb's gone. We won't be returning to Nex anytime soon for fear of us launching a follow-up attack. Okay, so he's gone, disappeared, took the nether orb, and he's not coming back. Where do we go from here? So we gotta hunt him down, I guess? Heber and I will search for Lucius. In the meantime, Wes, you should move forward with the original plan to petition the gods and ask for their help. Okay, so our task is to go around and convince the gods that we are way better than the other guy. You should visit the Blood Grove. Apocranix is the god of that realm. He's a master tracker, and his expertise will prove invaluable in helping us find the ultimate nether orb. So I'm going to go get this guy's nether orbs. That is an excellent idea. Sway Apocranix. So, okay, yeah. Good plan. All our eggs in one nest. You know, research in other realms? Other realms. Yeah, right. They're never going to contribute. That's bullshit. Too much things at once. I mean, they really haven't introduced me to shit. Like, let's be honest, what have they introduced me to? I think, narratively speaking, it's way too much, right? Like, here are all these guys' different names, and a whole bunch of, like, exposition and backstory and setting details. But, like, mechanically, they've introduced me to practically nothing. Here's an equipment system where you are going to later on learn to augment your equipment. Here's a spell system where you're later on going to learn to augment your spells. And here's a combat system that is reliant on so many conventions that you probably already know what you're doing. Like, systems-wise, they haven't introduced me to hardly anything. Making me give a shit about these characters before telling me 500 names. Right? Enter the northern part of the castle teleportation shrine. Blood Grove. Once you arrive, seek out Apocranix. I'm never going to remember that. Alter, communicate with it. Also, if they weren't being, like, really eclectic about these names. Like, nobody is named Joe. I've got to remember, like, names from 5 different eras of human naming conventions just to keep up. Teleportation Shrine. Realm Depth. Okay, what can we glean from this screen? Enemy level 1, maximum realm depth 1. Realm... Choose... Realm depth. That's it? That's the only thing I get to choose? Realm type, realm properties, new properties, realm creatures. We don't know. Oh, okay, there we go. So you select the realm depth first, and then it moves you to realm type. We select Bloodgrove. And obviously those things on the right will change depending upon what I'm selecting. Cool. Welcome to First Realm. You receive a realm quest at the start. These are short, bite-sized quests, like every quest so far. Must be completed before you can proceed to the next realm. After you complete a realm quest, I have a feeling they're about to let me loose on the game, which is... I'm taking my time with this and trying not to get too impatient, because I feel like they're going to let me go, finally. Should either travel to a new realm or return to your kingdom. When you complete a realm quest at the highest realm depth you've ever visited, you'll also receive perk points that can be used to unlock perks for your specialization. That's the carrot, boys. So far, it's been nothing but stick. Okay, so this is Fog of War. And those are trees. Like, I can't actually walk up or down here. Find Apachronic's altar. That was easy. What's that? It tastes like dirt. Well, it didn't go into my inventory or anything, did it? So, alright. Let's go Apachronic's. You approach the altar depicting Apachronic's, god of the hunt. The altar is beautifully carved and seems eerily realistic in its appearance. You can't help but desire to touch it. Resist! Slowly, you extend your hand toward the altar, all but mesmerized by its beauty. I look to be at about the right height for this sort of thing to be really lewd. Apachronic's god of the hunt. Look at this guy's loincloth. Who goes there? He's horny too, look at him. After taking a moment to recover from your startlement. That's probably is a word. You explain the current situation to Apachronic's. The ultimate nether orb. Yes, I've heard of it. In truth, I always thought it to be a myth. Remiss to ignore the reputable ruler of Siralim. Very well, then. I will aid you in your quest to find the ultimate nether orb. But first, I must ask a favor. Deep within the Bloodgrove prowls a powerful beast called Kiichi. She is a creature of the Eft race. A whole species is Eft in this game. Just saying. Wow, the screen looks nice. I wish we had started here, right? Like... Wow, so interesting all of a sudden. And I'm getting perk points, probably. Find her so that I might tame her and call her my own. She will prove an invaluable asset when it comes to tracking down the ultimate nether orb. Do this for me and I will attend your knights on their quest. Attend your knights on their quest. So I'll recruit him to my not in your party NPC party, question mark. Kiichi doesn't appear to be anywhere nearby. Really, he said like deep in the realm, right? We're on depth 1. My my avatar oscillates between like brilliant and snarky and complete idiot, like vicissitudes that make me dizzy. The dizzying vicissitude of my character. Anyway, make your way to the teleportation shrine in this realm and use it to travel to a different part of the Bloodgrove. Cool. You gain 200 favor with Apachronic's god of the hunt. Your fortune increased by 20% and you earn some treasure. Okay, 200 favor with Apachronic's. Cool, favor system. Like it. Fortune increased by 20%, you earn some treasure. What treasure? Oh, nice. Perk points. 10 perk points. Grants a perk point that can be used to unlock perks for your specialization. This item is automatically consumed when you pick it up. Okay. Wait, so that was it? I didn't look through any of that shit. I just accepted it all instantly. I thought that would be like one pickup at a time. It's good that it's good that it picks them all up at the same time, but what did I pick up? I didn't read anything but my probably got some currencies. Well, fuck, man. That's a little sad. Okay. So, character perks. Cool. Projects. I don't have any active projects. Projects? What is this? Projects, really? We got 200 out of 500 Apachronic's. So, mastery. I don't know what... You don't have any mastery yet. Thanks. Very true. Guild reputation. So we got God favor, guild reputation, anointments. Anointments are apparently a thing that we can equip to ourselves. Perks. Let's go. Okay, oh god, here we go again. This is the stuff I live on, though. Like, this is the stuff I don't mind paying attention on screens like this, because it actually actively engages me in thinking about, like, how I'm going to construct things going forward in the game. Find her and tame her. This game is chauvinistic, and I am very offended. Well, thank you for being, thank you for being here to be that guy. Me too. Just throwing that out there. Because if not, they might throw me off Twitch, right? Anguish through awareness. Let's see. I'm probably going to spend quite a long minute on this screen, so good luck us. So you have ranks of this. Next rank costs 30. And so is there anything I can buy with 10 perk points? Molecular Betrayal. I can buy this. At the start of battle, your animatus gains 1% per rank of your third creature's stats. Of your third creature's stats. What? This is so strange. After your creatures are killed, your animatus gains of their stats. Wow, okay. I hope there's a way to kill my creatures. Anguish through awareness, your animatus starts battles with 0+1 rank random buffs. So he'll start with 5 random buffs. I wonder how many buffs there are in this game. That seems awesome. It does cost 30, though. We only have 10. Cogmind. Yo, I like whack-ass shit like gain stats of your third dude. No, me too. I like that, too. It means that I've got to, like, put the guy with big attributes in my third slot, which is not a whole lot of mental, mental gymnastics to perform. That's not a particularly heavy lifting job, but the dynamics that are implied there actually mean that I can do stuff like build a stat stick and put them in slot 3, and building a stat stick might be interesting, like building a mob that is nothing more than a stat stick that I want to kill right away. So I have to look for an exploding mob with big stats. Like, if there's a mob that has a kamikaze attack and also has big stats, that goes in slot 3, right? Like, immediately we're like, yeah, we're doing some synergies. I like it. Synergy thinking. Cogmind. At the start of the battle, your animatus gains copies of your 4th creature's first 5 spell gems? What? This thing is awesome. I'm immediately very pleased that I chose this specialization. Domination's Edge. Rank 0 out of 1. Costs 100. At the start of your battle, your animatus gains... Oh, by the way, can you guys make out the game sounds and the music now? Because it's a lot louder, I thought. If you still can't, I got to turn up the thing just a little bit. I don't want it to be competing with my narration over the game. But I do... Okay, yeah, you can hear me? Okay, excellent. At the start of battle, your animatus gains a copy of your 5th creature's innate trait. This is so interesting. Innate traits. The innate traits are the ones that look crazy. Dancing Blade. Your animatus always has animated weapon. What does that mean? When the animated weapon's master attacks, it deals additional damage equal to the highest total stat from all of its artifact stat slots. Additional damage. Okay, so animated weapon is apparently like a non-artifact that is generated, goes into an artifact slot, looks like. When the animated weapon's master attacks, so it deals additional damage. I wonder if that's an additional hit or just an additional damage. Equal to the total stat from all of its artifact stat slots. Highest total stat from all of its artifact stat slots. Okay, so all of the artifacts, it runs a check through all of your artifacts, checks for the highest stat, and then applies that again as another attack. So if you have like one weapon that has an extremely high stat of one kind, then you just put it on, and the animated weapon deals damage equal to that, I guess. Your animatus always has animated gem. Animated gems master manually casts a spell. This minion casts one of its master's spell gems as well, chosen randomly. Animated gems master manually casts a spell. Okay, so he mimics my spells, but at random every time, though. So I wonder if I can manage my spells in such a way as to make this really, really broken. Death and Decay. After an enemy is killed, your animatus casts Corpse Explosion. This spell deals 50% more damage for each dead enemy. I wonder, corpse explosion enemies take a small amount of damage for each dead creature on the battlefield. So I guess that's better when you get to the place, a point where you're fighting. Like, is it more increased, right? Immediate. These are important Path of Exile questions. Is it multiplicative or additive? Tell me right now. It's important, though. It's important to know. Because, I mean, what? After, like, 5 iterations of, like, 5 passes of parentheses, that multiplication would be, you know, considerably more. Anyway, actually, it probably wouldn't, to be honest. Like, 1.5 maybe? Okay. So, we would want that to be additive, I think, in this case. Say to increase this perk's rank. Desensitization. Rank 0 to 1. Okay, this is another 1/1. Your animated is immune to debuffs in normal battles and resistant to debuff in boss battles. Oh boy, that's interesting. Like, the fact that boss battles are distinct from normal battles in ways that are, like, affecting underlying systems is really different. Let's keep that in mind. Endowment. Start of battle, your animatus fuses with a copy of the second creature in your party. And it... What? Its race changes to that creature's race. I'm so confused. Slay the Spire has a similar system artifact that only affect boss or elite. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. But it does sound like... Yeah, no, that sounds like it's actually... You're right, Malcolm. This is fairly compartmentalized to the skill. But it sounds like that's probably going to come up more than once, which is cool. Forbidden Magic. The first time your animatus is killed in battle, it resurrects with 100% health. I mean, why not, right? Although I suspect for some... Like, these games, typically, if your creatures are getting knocked out, you're probably having a very hard time anyway, and the free res may not actually save you. Your animatus splits the damage it takes with your 6th creature. Wow. Gotta catch 4 more before I can even think about this. Costs 100 anyway, so 5 ranks of gray matter, 20 each. Your animatus gains +1 spell slot, so you get 5 spell slots and 5, what were they, 5 buffs once you're capped out on these things. I think you get enough points eventually to just do all of this. I also think you unlock more perks eventually or something, maybe. Grimkeeper, your animatus buffs and minions persist through death. That's cool. That is, you know, more incentive to get, like, Forbidden Magic after you've already spec'd Anguish through Awareness. Because it just makes Forbidden Magic all that much more appealing if you can fight to the death and then keep fighting with all those buffs intact. Masterpiece. After your creatures gain a buff, your animatus gains that buff as well. That's really interesting. I bet that there are creatures that have innate skills that grant them buffs, and this is really good for that. Molecular Betrayal. At the start of battle, your animatus gains your 3rd creature stats. We looked at that. After your creatures are killed, stats. Molecular Betrayal is, you know, better up front. And I might get it, but I kind of want to at least, like, get in a single battle first, you know? Like, I don't have a 3rd creature yet, so there's no real point in doing that, and, like, there's nothing else. Oh, Thrive on Death I could pick up. The only 2 things I could pick up right now are Molecular Betrayal and Thrive on Death, and I'm not quite sure which one I want based on, like, not having enough information about the game. Emblem of Apocrypha. This rare item can be used to purchase powerful items from its respective god. This item is automatically added to your currency when you pick it up. Cool. So how do I buy powerful items from my respective god? Special item? How do I do that? I wish I knew. Oh, cool, we have a map. So if I enter into this map, I can just pan around. That's nice. Y toggle display. Oh, okay. Instability set to 0. This realm does not have any properties. You don't have any realm boosts yet. Cool. Okay, so just informational. I really wish that God/favor, Apocrypha. How do I buy stuff from him? It just said that I could, right? I want to know how. Don't know how. That's okay, though. We're gonna go play the game for a couple minutes. It smells bad and doesn't taste much better. Excellent. Destroyed, so I can kick boulders and just destroy them. Just destroy logs and shit. Excellent. Oh, and that's some stuff. So these are mostly destructibles. If I step on this bear trap, am I gonna get hurt? I have to find out, right? 25 favor for Apochronics. Oh, that's just a little piece of favor. Oh, there's a shop! Check that out. Which class did we go with? We went with Animatus. And I just went over all of the perks that the class has. They mostly focus on, like, your Animatus borrowing stats and buffs from all of the different creatures in your party, which is really cool. I am very happy with my choice. Donate. I'd like to make a donation to receive favor. 1,000 crystal. Blessings. Show me a list of blessings you've granted me. I've not earned any. Okay, so you just earned them. Okay, shop. You have not earned the rights to purchase items from this god yet. I thought I did. Or is it like I have to activate it? Where's the special items? Right there. I thought it, well, it said it was activated right when I got it, so how come I can't buy from this guy? Well, whatever. Seek out and subdue Kiichi at realm depth 3. Okay. Is 3 considered deep? You pick up the pipes and play a little tune. Unfortunately, your complete lack of musical talent appears to have... Hey, speak for yourself, man. Attracted the attention of some nearby creatures. The creatures attack. Hostile group of creatures led by an exiled satyr. Okay, we got 52 life on each of... Level 1. They're both level 1. This guy's got Nightmare. So let's just Nightmare one of these guys in case this game is one of those, like, unforgiving, starts you off in really bad situations or something. And then we can see if attacking wakes up sleeping creatures. Yep. Although he died, apparently. So he only had one. It's like, what, 30-something HP? That unicorn sucks. It's half HP instantly. Inspect. Oh, there we go. Hey. Cool. So I definitely should not have attacked the guy that was already sleeping. How much mana? So 12 out of 13 charges. So we'll just Nightmare this guy. See if I can... Do I have, like... I don't have any kind of heal or anything with this guy. I can just kill him, right? Creatures are victorious. Excellent. So, not as much XP as the tutorial fight. Like 300 of all of the random currency stats. Or currency materials. 50 favor with Epichronics. Oh. Knowledge increased, Exiled Satyr. Summon ready, Exiled Satyr. 2 new notifications. Okay. Interesting. So... I take it that if I go summon an Exiled Satyr now, I summon an F-rank Exiled Satyr. Eating a squash. Too much, in fact. You vomited everywhere. But what's this? There's something in the vomit. I don't like games that are so, like, burlesque with themselves, right? Like, this game is, like, aggressively satirical about its players, really. And it's always felt, like, kind of disrespectful to me. The systems seem like they're there so far, though, so I am still drawn to play this game. Crystal, these are recognized one of the 5 types of currency that can be used to purchase goods and services from all across Rhodia. This item is automatically added to your currency when you pick it up. It's a field item. Okay. This should give me favor with Apochronics. We got some favor from that combat as well, right? This item can be taken to the Chanter to add the following property to your spell gems. Cascading. The spell's potency is increased by 3% for each charge the spell gem is missing. That's an interesting way to, like, mathematically buff a spell. This game has made a strawman of itself with its flavor, which is really weird. You know, there are actually so many games that do that nowadays. They're just kind of like derisive about themselves. What? Got any construction materials for trade? There's nothing I can do with that. Okay, so all these things on the floor are just things I can destroy. That's nice. Can I... Oh. So every time I move, that creature moves, and creatures apparently are just wandering around. That's cool. I've come to offer my emblems, so I just don't have any emblems still, I guess. I'm really kind of sad about that. So here's the question, is can I go back to... Can I just go back to Rhodia? I don't have anything, right? So... Question is, can I go... I'm gonna save the game right now. Can I go... I kind of want to go back and use the Brazier. Oh, there's a portal right there, maybe? Smells bad, doesn't taste much better. Bitter with an equally foul aftertaste. Purple amber. Socket and artifacts. Stat slot with this item to gain this property. Intelligence. You need 5 of these materials to use them for socketing. I only got 1 there. Okay. So is this guy gonna come after me? Oh, if they touch my my creatures, I guess we also enter combat. It's not just the main character. It's good to know right away, I guess. Inspect you. Terror Hound, Death and Hound, Daring. Getting a 3rd creature in right away would be nice, because I could start speccing, you know, borrowing my 3rd creature's attributes or whatever. Health 30, so it looks like I can probably kill this guy with 2 attacks. It's just 1 guy, so... Well, actually... Does have... So it's low defense stat, so probably, right? If we attack, that's 31. Yeah, that guy died in 1 hit. Junior creatures are victorious. Okay, we've got a level 2 Unicorn Vivifier, and its health returned entirely. Did it start the combat with max health, or did it... Knowledge increase, summon ready Terrorhound. So when you kill something, you can just summon one of it if you want. I wonder if you have to... I wonder if you spend the knowledge to... I wonder if I can see that somewhere. Okay, so this is... Okay, so I can tab between my creatures like this. I wonder if I can see the knowledge that I've got. Cards... Bestiary. Okay, there we go. I can see the knowledge here, right? Okay, this is sorting by knowledge. Huh. Okay. So even though I have 10 out of 100 knowledge, it says I can summon one. So if what I want to do is like get up to 100 knowledge, right, and summon like an A rank Terrorhound. Is that how that works? Should probably have a play around with that. You approach a teleportation shrine. You can use it to return to your kingdom or travel to a new realm. What would you like to do? Back away. I wonder. I want to grab some stuff first. See if I can get a little bit more stuff. Socket and artifacts. Trick slot. So I need a special kind of slot. Frozen on damage. Creature has a chance to afflict enemies with frozen when it deals damage to them with attacks or spells. I hate it when it says a chance and doesn't specify. You need 3 of these materials to use them for socketing. Because freeze sounds really powerful, obviously, but... So agile. I don't know what that means. Is that like one of the realm buffs it was talking about? So if I like toggle through this... Realm buffs agile, there we go. What does that do? Please tell me. No? Okay, so this is already some stuff going on where, like, the game is just not telling you what is going on. I feel like Agile is most likely... Oh, wait, where are we? Irony Poisoning, yep. It's a problem as well. Just sort of cowardly about everything they do. Ironic, lamponing yourself. Yeah, that's a pretty accurate summary of how I feel about it. Yeah. Yeah, taking yourself seriously is considered like some kind of faux pas or like kitsch, right? So you're not allowed to take yourself seriously, but I love games that take themselves seriously, so I'm just maybe in a weird minority there. Okay, so I can destroy some, I get points from getting others. I feel like I want to wander around for a little bit, at least. Like, sometimes I want to take one step at a time, just in case a monster appears from around a corner, right? What is this? Okay, this is like a dungeon-y thing. That looks dangerous. Save game? What is this? It looks like a Terror Hound, though. Like, I fought a Terror Hound already. These are all just destructibles, right? Looks like. Invisible. So can I just... Sealed by a force of evil. Okay, so what can I do with you? Terror Hound. Wasting no time and summoning its friends. The Hound dies right at you, and your creature's ravaged looking in size. Okay, what is that guy? That guy is wacky looking. So what is the, what are those buffs? Song of Alacrity. Okay, that's Song of Alacrity? Is that really? Doesn't look like Song of Alacrity. Oh no, that's what it uses. So how do I tell what kind of buff it has on it? It's got 12 defense, but 129 health and 90 health. Kind of sucks. So let's look real quick. 20 attack, 17 attack. If I put this guy to sleep, there's not much difference between these two guys' attacks, and I'm pretty sure the Terror Hound is... Your creature start battle with 3 stacks of Dire Wolves. This trait does not stack. I wish that I knew what Dire Wolves did. I feel like I'm missing something. Oh, there it is. The monster... After this minion's master attacks, each Dire Wolves deals damage to the target equal to 30% of its speed. Oh, okay, so there's a combo going on here. Maximum 5 stacks. So what if we just put this guy to sleep? So I still have mana to cast Nightmare. I've still got charges. We just put this guy to sleep. And then we just start attacking this guy. Dodge? Okay, he only did 1 damage. You're asleep. Aren't you asleep? I didn't read what it said. Alright, well... Are you still asleep? It looks like you're still asleep. It's resistant to sleeping now. So I don't know if it's still asleep. It's sleep resistant, though. Maybe just put 2 attacks on this hound guy. How can I tell if it's agile? Does its speed stat determine whether or not it's going to dodge me? I wish I knew. We will just go ahead and try to attack it. We don't have a whole lot of options. Okay, 1 damage to my Animatus. And the Bard attacked. He's still sleep resistant, so there's really not much to do here. This combat seems a lot easier than I was anticipating. We can attack with the Animatus. 74. It must have been a crit. Your creature is victorious. Maybe what the, like, big yellow text means. Only 16 XP, though. Each. Is that because of the level difference of the monsters, I wonder? Knowledge increased, Bard, Balladeer. Okay. These destructible things all came back. Essence, resource, brimstone, resource. Okay. Brimstone, granite, Bard, Balladeer 2 automatically grants 25 knowledge points. This is cool. Like, I don't know why I wasn't expecting this, but for them to make this the knowledge a resource that you just pick up instead of having to grind out is an interesting twist, I guess. So it was like a little mini dungeon, I guess. So those things produce resources. Floor Astral Gallery. Unlocks the floor style Astral Gallery for you to use in your castle. Oh, cool. So this is just the hideout manipulation stuff. Like I get, you know, secret base aesthetic stuff. It's nice. And then just materials. Another step. Okay. Slate of Mending. Socket artifacts trick slot with this item to gain this property, Mending on damage. Creatures a chance to gain Mending when it deals damage with attacks or spells. Unfortunately, I can't, like, tab. I'm pretty sure, actually, though, if I go into my items, like, what was it? Slate of Mending, right? And if I, like, yeah, there we go. Mending on damage. Creatures deals, no, it's not going to let me page through here, so I really don't know what Mending does. I'd probably have to look up the, there's probably an effect definition of the codex. Yeah, that's, you know, maybe now is a good time to pop the codex. Game information. This is obviously cantankerous, right? Like, this is inelegant to force the player to do this, but I still appreciate that this sort of thing exists, or at the very least, like... But I don't know where to find what I'm looking for yet. Items, macros, masters, nether bosses, realms, relics, spell gems. It does not... Reference list. Blessings of the gods, status effects, there we go. Mending. There's 4 pages here, but they are in alphabetical order, it looks like. Question mark? No, they're not. They are not in any way. They're... What? It looks like they are sorted alphabetically by page. Okay, so there's colors too. It's like green, red, yellow. So there's green, red, and yellow, and within those categories they are sorted by they are sorted alphabetically. So what was Mending? Where is Mending here? What? Mending, right there. Creatures with Mending recover 30% health at the start of their turn. Default duration, 3 turns. That's not bad. Yeah, oh, where was the other one that I wanted to look up? Was like Vampirism. Or Leeching, it was Leeching. Characters with Leeching recover health equal to 25% of the damage they deal. Interesting. Okay, well, at least it's good that I know where to find those things now. Knowledge is power. Alright. We got another mini dungeon here. I wonder... I'm destroying these things compulsively, but I'm also kind of wondering if there's a small chance that something happens. Yeah, so I destroyed that mushroom, and it's been mushrooms so far, but I got another dungeon buff, Berserk. Now, I want to know what Berserk does, so I can go into the reference lists, realm properties. It's realm properties, right? That's what I'm looking for. But this is the only B one that I see here. BC. Looking for Berserk. If I miss it, somebody call me an idiot. Is it not, it may just not be... Oh, there it is. There's Berserk. Creatures deal 50% more damage. That's it? That's all? There's no drawback? Excellent. I love Berserk. Probably don't love it so much when the enemies have it. Volps sitting on the treasure hoard give you a condescending look as they begin to charge a spell. Having no particular desire to get zapped, you have your creatures quickly attack. Wow. Terravolps. We also have like a Centaur Ranger. Alright. Let's see. Let's inspect these guys actually, see what they do. Not bad. So nothing too horribly threatening. On the rocks, when this creature attacks, it attacks an additional number of times equal to the number of spells your creatures have cast since it last attacked. So if I'm gonna sleep, I've got to sleep this guy. And then hopefully kill him within a turn or something. Let's see how sleep works, honestly. Polita, your character's first 3 non-ethereal damaging spell gems each have a 20% chance to be cast automatically at the start of battle. How do I tell if he has skill gems or whatever? I don't know. Anyway. I think this is going to be pretty straightforward. We probably just want to attack, and we probably want to attack in whatever order. So that guy's got low defense. They both have low defense, but this guy's got really low health, or 9 less health, I guess. So we'll just attack the Vulps. Yeah, these guys are doing nothing to me. It's just nothing at all. And they are level 1 still, so I'm probably going to end up, you know, may just be like I get less XP. I was really sort of hoping that this would be a little bit harder than this, right? I'm wondering what the cost-benefit analysis for any of this is. 50 favor the Apochronics. I would be really interested in figuring out how to design, you know, like a Monster Tamer game with like roguelike elements, I guess, would be. And it seems like there's some direction of that here, but knowledge for Terravolps and Centaur Ranger, of course. Got some stuff. What is Sorcery Crippler? Trick Slot. Creatures deal more damage to and take less damage from sorcery creatures. So creatures with the sorcery type. So, like with all these games, there's, you know, you can kind of gear your characters up to deal more damage to particular kinds of enemies. Bold Amber. Health and attack, I think we've seen that before. Or maybe not, actually. Cool. So every time I deal with a mushroom, the small mushroom, it seems to give me some stats, but never when I destroy anything else. So I may stop destroying other stuff, except that, you know, I feel compelled to, so. Brimstone, Granite, Blue Ember. Blue Ember, defense. Cool. Different kinds of embers just give stats, it looks like. It's a weird Fog of War mechanic. Like, I wonder what the Fog of War mechanic is going to end up adding to the game. Brayday says, I have discovered a funny interaction with Rift Wizard. Shrine that says, when the spell does damage, gain 100 resistance to damage type for 3 turns. But if a mob dies before the 3rd hit of Judgment Bolt, which is dark damage, you don't get the dark resist. Yes! Rift Wizard has those, like, they feel intuitive in hindsight interactions, but they're sneaky, right? Like, that's one of the things I love about Rift Wizard is that it did manage to trick me, like, a lot, like, more than most games tend to. And in fact, I really actually underestimated Rift Wizard to start with. Like, I thought the game was harder than it was. That's probably the first time I've had to revise my opinion about the difficulty of a game, like, midway through dealing with it. I thought it was, not that I thought it was going to be easier, I thought it was going to be, like, harder than it was. I actually overestimated it, so, sorry, scratch that, strike it, reverse it. I thought Rift Wizard was going to be really, really hard, and it's like, there's a learning curve in Rift Wizard that affected me in a very strange way that like, I've never come across that in a video game before. It was like, you know, the exponential effect of learning the spellbook and the skill book it has a stronger effect in that game than I think I have ever seen in any other game. Okay, so it looks like if you get within a certain distance of these creatures, they just start rushing at you, which is fine. Hostile Terravolps. What do we got for you? You're level 1, so we just deal with you like we dealt with every other creature so far. And it looks like, did I level up? No, I didn't. So do my creatures just gain back up to maximum HP after every battle? You gain knowledge points for a creature when you kill them. After you gain enough, your knowledge rank for that creature will increase. Oh! You benefits such as the ability to see that creature's health value in battle. But I can see the creature's health. Oh, but I can't, like... I have to keep track of it manually right now. Oh, this feels like UX locked behind grind mechanics. It's not great. To view all the knowledge you've collected as well as what knowledge-specific benefits you've earned for each creature, press B to open the menu. Yeah, okay. Interesting. Interesting, not necessarily good. What in the hell is this, like, fog of war behavior? The fog of war reveal looks like nonsense so far. So, immediately kind of getting the hang of the flow of things here. Okay, what are you? Favor rank 1, blessing unlocked. Vomiting squash is more rewarding. Alright, so in this kind of realm, I am going to have, like, increased utility based on Apochronics blessings. That's the first thing that tells me, I guess. So I can kind of specialize in what kind of realm I want to wander around in, I guess, by spending more time in that realm, which makes it more rewarding, which makes it feel kind of like a, treadmill instantly. Get more reward for doing the thing that I'm already doing. For doing it longer. Socket an artifact's heart slot, trait slot, with this item to gain this trait, Spell Stealer. Enemy casts a spell on all its allies. All its allies? So what if an enemy casts a spell on only one of its allies? 50% chance to cast the same spell on your creatures as well. This trait does not stack. Wind Rider Head. So I wonder if that's like, if you cast a party-wide buff, I mimic it. Socket an artifact's nether slot with this item. Artifacts have nether slots. Just... I feel like the euphemisms in this game have to be deliberate. Anyway, yeah, stick it in your nether slot to gain 12% attack and speed and 12% in defense. That seems awesome. What in the fuck? Corgi Pickle Party. Welcome to chat, fam. You pick up the pipes and play a little tune. Yeah. Okay, so it's... Oh, okay, this is always creatures, I guess. Exiled satyrs. It seems to be always exiled satyrs on the windpipes or whatever. And they are the same kind of thing I was dealing with last time. Level 1, don't care. I thought things were going to be way more threatening, but things seem to be 0 threatening, so I might as well just attack them. This is instantly a little bit too much latitude for me, like, as a player. I'm like, you know, I appreciate an early game that lets you sort of accumulate a bit of, you know, latitude or overhead too, so that you can design your strategy or whatever. But this is like creatures doing 1 damage to me. I wonder if something's gonna happen and like knock off the tutorial mode or something like that. Tune sounds like something from Mountain Blade. I'm like, Mountain Blade must be an anime, right? Because I feel like I've heard of it. I feel like it's an anime. Give him the old speedy nether. Siralim is awesome. Is it? Without spoiling me, this is like the first time I've ever played a game where I don't want spoilers, and specifically I don't want spoilers because I'm doing a collab with somebody else who's playing the game alongside me, and we're both trying to avoid spoilers. Without doing spoilers, can you give me the broad strokes of why you love Siralim? Like, what sort of things you love about it? And that's only, you know, if you feel like it. I don't want to rope you into chat. But I'm interested because so far it's interesting. It looks like there are going to be a lot of interesting intersecting systems, but also the game feels so devoid of challenge presently that it's like a super snurfest. Hostile Ebony Ent. With Mending, I recognize the Mending icon. So he's healing 30% whenever he hits. Always have Mending and take 15% less damage as a... That is probably the best innate creature skill that I've seen so far. Everything has Mending and takes 15% less damage. This trait does not stack. Yeah, I was about to say, if they hadn't included that line, that would be the immediate assumption, right? Is just put 6 Ebony Ents on a team and become completely immune. Well, he also has a staff that gives 10% intelligence. Interesting. Why does the intelligence here have like a little... I've been wondering about this, but the health and the over in the attributes list, the intelligence has a little like red down arrow. Speed has a little green up arrow. I don't know what that's like, where that's coming from yet. No idea. Let's see. Probably just gonna beat the shit out of this guy, right? 1 hit, 1 kill. Just name my Animatus One Punch Man. What's his name? Saito? Yeah. We've got an Ebony Ent ready to summon, but the question is, like, do we get better Ebony Ents if we wait for more knowledge, or is that just, like, you can have an Ebony Ent or you can't? I really want to know. I want to know if I should be banking this stuff or not. Compulsively destroying doodads. Uh-oh. Okay, yeah, we're gonna fight this guy again. This is no big deal. I'm not even gonna bother reading this time. We are just going to let it happen, because I didn't... Socket and artifacts. Stat slot with this. Okay, so artifacts have, like, very specifically designed slots. Seems like, rather than just getting a bunch of stat slots, which is good. Good design. I'm looking forward to, like, the artifact optimization so far. A lot of squash. Okay, but what's this? Something in the vomit. Okay, yeah, so you eat the squash, you vomit up some items. Great. Very, very invested in this Ludo narrative so far. It's just apparently how you find items. You walk around thrusting every disgusting looking moldy vegetable that you encounter down your throat and then producing items. Terror Hound, again, like, if this is level 1, which is no reason so far for me to believe that it's anything else, might as well just attack it, right? Is there a treasure chest down here? Hey. Arcane Gear. At the start of this creature's turn, it reduces the enemy's attack by 15% of this creature's attack. That is enemies with a trailing apostrophe, which leads me to believe that that is all of the enemies? And that goes in the trait slot? If I put that on my Animatus and then feed my Animatus like 1 billion attack through my other, Oh, hey, Devin, what's going on, man? How is it going, yo? Did somebody with a weird throw fetish design this game? It's kind of like, isn't that the feel when you encounter these really, like, derisive, like, what is the word, like vitiate? Like, is there a word that is, like, vitiate, but, like, an adjective? Like debasing, like pusillanimous designers. I don't know. Like I'm looking for a word that would describe how awful I feel about looter narrative like that. Not much. I am doing a playthrough with a friend, and they're doing a separate parallel run to mine, and we're each doing a certain number of hours per week. We're gonna stream it, we're gonna record it, and then we're gonna do like get-togethers. And the game in question is Siralim, and it is a big giant. We are not racing. I don't get anything out of competition. That makes me play games in a way that I don't like playing them, so. This is mostly just a parallel exploration of a game that is very, very broad, where we're going to get together and we're going to compare notes and talk about the game systems. I specifically don't want it to become a competition because this really just would be, it would be way less interesting to me. It would mean that I would want to be doing, you know, the optimal things instead of the fun things, and that's Siralim is a game. It's like in the sort of monster tamer genre, and it seems like it's a game with really broad systems, like Path of Exile level complexity, but brought to like the, you know, the Pokemon, old school Pokemon RPG stuff. Added a bunch of Pokies to Unite, and they are testing a draft format. Interesting. Yeah. I do not know if I'm going to get back into Unite at all. It was really fun to get into it, like, for a season like that. But I don't know if it's something where I'm going to return. Pokemon Unite is a MOBA, in case anybody's unfamiliar with it, like Dota or League of Legends, but it's like a mobile version of a MOBA, so it's very much like more compact. Now, getting back to Siralim, I wonder, I have a decision to make, right, at this point. I can either pursue, like, going down a level in the dungeon. Wait, can I? How do I go down a level in the dungeon? Do I actually have to go back to the base now and then come back out a level lower? That's interesting. Here I was thinking I would just, you know, go through a door or something, but I don't think that, I don't think there's really any unexplored territory for me here. That is the world's worst sound design. Just in case you guys were wondering. That repeated, that ding reel. Fuck that sound. I mean, it might not be as bad as Azure Dreams, but it's pretty bad. Just sliding that one in there for Malcolm in case he's still lurking. Teleport to a new realm, teleport back to Siralim. So if I teleport to a new realm, I could go straight down. But there's seems to be no reason not to, right? Like, no reason not to go back before going a level deeper. Azure Dreams is the best of all time. Azure Dreams is such a wacky trip for me. Like, it was such a weirdly garish experience. Like, harsh intersecting mechanics in ways that, like, just weren't super interesting to me, I guess. And, like, crazy aesthetics. But it had a charm to it, weirdly enough, and I can see, like, as a kid where I would have been, like, less discerning, I probably would have also been enamored with it. As an adult, I, like, have to throw it on its face and be like, you know, it's hard to get into as an adult with, you know, higher standards and a lifetime worth of experience playing video games. Anyway, so I'm back. Seek out and subdue Kichi. So really nothing has changed. I can summon some guys though. And I feel like there's really no reason not to. Like there are reasons that I could invent. I can imagine systems being in place that are going to punish me for doing this. Okay. So that was that 7,000? Wait, how much did it cost? It didn't. Oh, okay. This is 1,000 up there. Got it. Okay, so well, why does this one not have an exclamation point? Is what I'm curious about. I mean, what the heck? Is there really a reason not to? Summon all these guys? I have enough, Alright. Oh, look, and it just adds them to my party instantly. Okay, so we're gonna spend a minute kitting out. It wouldn't surprise me if Siralim is the kind of game where I like these monster designs. I don't mind them. They are charming. I like my animatus. That is my favorite thing about this game so far. Check mail to see if you have any messages or items in your mailbox. Wait a second, can I send stuff to people? Enter code, enter promotional code, calmly step away from the mailbox, but I can just use the cancel button. What if I don't want to be calm? This week you have a 25% greater chance to find nether stones. Uh-oh. So there's kind of like cycling meta game stuff going on. Seasonal stuff. Achievement earned Battle Master. I have no idea what that's all about. What is this? I've been dying to know. Oh, okay. It's the supporter recognition. Cool. And designer recognition, maybe. Nice. Let's create a new artifact. Oh, okay. So this is just brimstone. I can just create whatever the heck I want. Okay. What do I have for? Do I have more perks or anything? Did I level up? Character perks. Now I still only have 10 perk points, but it said like maybe it's like every time I go down a level in the realm or something like that, I get perk points. So I still don't have any more perk points than I started with. Still banking those on the off chance that I can do something with them, something interesting. Okay, so what kind of guys do I have? Here's the real game, folks. Is like trying to arrange a good team. After this creature attacks, it resurrects a random ally. That's cool. Start battle with direwolves. And the direwolves thing is really interesting, actually. So let me see something. Status effects. Is direwolves in here? It is. After this minion's master attacks, each dire wolves deals damage to the target equal to 30% of its speeds. So all... maximum of 5 stats. So is that going to deal 90% of the speed stat damage? If I have that right? So like... it's 3 stacks of direwolves, and each stack should deal 30%. So like, yeah, that's my feeling on the monster designs. Is like the intention behind them is charming. The execution is like, I don't know, a little weird. So I should make artifacts for my guys, basically, right? I could at the very least make artifacts for... I mean, there's really no reason to have anything but attack at the moment, for the most part. Wait, I thought I had multiple... Here's equip artifacts and spell gems to an item set, and then automatically re-equip them. So I only have 1 slot on this guy. I thought I had multiple equipment slots. Default battle menu. Okay, this creature does not have a macro assigned to it. Not have a relic attuned to it. Speed for each living creature on your side. So this guy is huge now. Oops. Okay. Sorry. Menu shenanigans. Not used to navigating this menu yet. Your creature's first 3. Yeah. Non-ethereal damaging spell gems. Is that all of my creatures? It seems to say all of my creatures. Always have mending and take... Yeah, this is crazy. These traits are actually really wacky each. Enemies can only attack once at a time. That's the first one I've seen where it affects, like, enemies passively. They each only have 1 trait right now, but it seems to... because there's a toggle to next trait, it seems like there's probably... you can get multiple traits per creature. Man, I can imagine this getting out of hand really fast in terms of, like... in terms of, like, scaling power when you stack stuff up. So I'm wondering, like, if the game is going to immediately try to crush me on Realm 2 or something. Or if it's just going to be a nice slow ramp up, and if it just, like, scales into infinity or something. So item can be taken to the enchanter to add the following property to your spell gems. Yep, okay. So we did that. We looked at that. So... do not have any artifacts, but if I go into my creature... so I have to unequip it, then I can... then I go to my nether stones. Okay, so... basically I don't do any of this in my menu, this is just blacksmith stuff. Socket, sword, it doesn't have another socket? Is that what's happening? Unlock slots and make current ones stronger. Give a name to one of your nether stones. Alright. Yeah, those nether stones look like they're really powerful, so I'm going to see what I can do with... so we have quite a bit of this. Trick slot. So trick slots at, what is this, 5? Okay, and at 10 we unlocked the trait slot, but upgrading this weapon is now doubly expensive. So I think we're going to leave it there and put some stuff in it. Interesting. Okay, yeah. No, I can get behind this. We have some stuff on here, though. Mending. Chance to gain mending. But I start with mending right now. Creatures deal more damage, too, and take less damage from sorcerer creatures. Frozen on damage seems really good. Oh, I need 3. Okay. So I can't actually make use of any of those right now. Okay. Okay, I'm starting to get my head around the system, I think. It does sound like 30% 3 times, I think, with the Direwolves buff. Give a name to one of your artifacts. We are going to call this Wooden Sword. In the in an homage to every RPG ever, my first sword will be the wooden sword. Call it Wimp Whacker. Next weapon can be the Wimp Whacker. Forge to create a new artifact. Maybe I make a staff. Increased intelligence. I just like. I'm sitting here wondering, like, is there any reason at all for me right now to increase any stat, but create a new spell gem. Okay, so how did I get all of these? What's 2,000 crystal to make something? Where did all these come from? Like, why wasn't this here next time? So if I go to Enchant Nightmare, what can I do? Okay. So I have to find these, right? I have to find Aventurine, Azurite, Magnetic. What does that do? It doesn't tell me what it does, really. Chance to attack. I mean, some of them are kind of cast on extra target. That's immediately awesome. Wish I knew what Generous did. Stat, plus or minus increased by X. Damage increased by X. Class swap life. Nature sorcery. Okay. These look like there's some potentially interesting ways to change things. Doesn't look crazy yet, though. Duration of your creature's debuffs is reduced by 1 turn, and that's all of their debuffs? And they recover a small amount of health for each debuff. That seems awesome. Like, that seems like something I should just have immediately, no matter what. I can make any of these. Target takes a small amount of damage. You have 0 of these gems in your inventory. Okay, so for all of these I have 0 because that's just... I'm making the gem. Affliction, enemies are afflicted with random debuff. That'd be good if it was like strapped to my attack like the guy in the last game. You could just gain a random spell. I should just go from the top to the bottom. Chastise. Constriction, target is afflicted with weak and snared. Snared mean that they can't attack. Constriction seems good. Let's get Constriction and let's get Antidote. Being very hasty here. Your creatures each gain a random spell. Is that like me? I will cast that? I'm so confused. Creatures gain a barrier that absorbs a moderate amount of damage. Also seems good, but not like game-changing. Minor healing seems okay too, but it seems like a heal after every combat, so I don't really care about that yet. Shelled and 30% attack. That seems really good. Poison Arrow is based on speed instead of intelligence. Okay, so if I've got something that's going to use Poison Arrow every turn, then, you know, I put boots on it. So here's the question, is like... Moderate amount of damage inflicted with bleeding. I wish I knew what bleeding did. I could check in a minute. Caster gains the target's trait. Okay. Yeah, so the game changers, like, I do want to know what bleeding does, but otherwise, I think I pretty much already got what I've got. Codex, reference list, status effects of bleeding. Where are you? Bleeding, you should be red, right? No, not bleeding. Oh, there we go. I see. Creatures with bleeding take damage equal to 30% of their current health at the start of each turn. Current health. Really good versus, like, big bosses. Haven't found any of those yet. Creatures with taunting automatically provoke at the end of their turn. Oh, actually, and that would be nice to know, huh? Wouldn't it? Like, what provoke does? There's a lot of stuff here. Chance to gain immune when it deals. This is all a whole bunch of crap. I guess I'll probably just look at that stuff as I come into contact with it rather than like browsing for a million billion years. Let's see. Combat. Provoking. When a creature is provoking, it has a 100% chance to be targeted by enemies' attacks and spells. In addition, has 35% less defense. Okay, so that's a pretty clear trade-off. But honestly, not a problem in any way, shape, or form. Like, you just build a tank, obviously. Attack damage, spell damage, and direct damage. I should probably spend some time on this page at some point. Defending, take 35% less damage and have 50% more defense. So in case you really need to keep one guy alive in a certain turn or something. When a creature casts a spell, the potency of the spell is based on the caster's intelligence. If the spell deals damage, the amount of damage is mitigated by the defender's defense. Okay. Attacks can also deal critical damage. The chance for this to happen, as well as the amount of critical damage dealt, is based on the attacker's speed compared to that of the defenders. That is a really weird way to structure crits. Attacks can be dodged as well, much like critical damage. The chance for a creature to dodge, as well as the amount of critical damage. Okay. Chance for the creature to dodge is based on the difference between the attacker's speed and that of the defenders. So if you're going to build an attacker, you kind of need a speed stat, unless there's a way to circumvent that. Because otherwise you're just going to get dodged. all the time. On the right-hand side of battle screen is a timeline. Order in which the creatures will be able to take turns. Cool, yeah. Did not notice that, actually. Probably because I'm playing with my eyes shut. Okay. Just some order of operations stuff. Let's spend a moment equipping our spell gems. Who's got the most intelligence? Well, this guy's like level 3, so that's not really very fair. All these guys are level 1. Out of these guys, the Volps is a life and peaceful. Peaceful? Selfless, peaceful, analytical? What does this mean? I'll figure it out, I'm sure. So I'm sure that it seems like, honestly, like these guys are gonna like have growth advantages on the stats with green or something like that. And that's probably actually what that analytical trait means. Right, like the fact that this guy is careful means he gets extra intelligence, but at the expense of like attack growth probably. And this guy is gentle, meaning he gets more defense but less intelligence. My gentle animatus with the foreboding red eyes and the dark hood, and with like the most attack space. He's a death creature, the gentle death creature. Yeah. Anyway, you know, since this guy gets an int boost, I'm just gonna shove my spells on this guy. Manage spell gems, 3 empty slots, antidote, constriction on him. Didn't I get another one? Does this mean they're going to be restricted by type? Spell gems. Nope. It was just those two. Okay. And I'll go ahead and make one more artifact while I'm at it. Forge, create a new artifact. Let's make a staff. Determines the party first. Yep. Just because I already... So we'll upgrade the staff. And the staff we are going to name Wimp Whacker. Thank you, Devin. Nope. Wimp Whacker, there we go. Alright. What do we do with this thing? We don't have enough to do much with it. It got 3 stat slots. Okay, yeah, so did this, I guess. And I just don't have enough to put anything in it, basically. So, here's the question. Is there a way to, like, buy stuff from the deities that I now have? Like, the one deity, I guess, that I now have some kind of... Change the clothes that I'm wearing. Okay, that's just... transmogrify, change the appearance to that of a creature. You haven't unlocked any transmogrifications yet. Okay, so this is all aesthetic stuff. Change a creature's name, specialization. So, you know, I have to meet requirements before I can do that. Reset perks. Okay. Okay, so I can do this. So there's absolutely no reason. Does it... It looks like that's just free. So let's just go ahead with perks, huh? Absolutely no reason not to do that in that case. Character perks. I feel like molecular betrayal is the way to go. Just gonna... What is it? How much? 1% per rank, so 5% of my third creature stats. So, how do I... Gods in favor, Apochronic. See, I can't, like, do anything with him, though. Doesn't look like. How do I move my creatures around? Is one of the questions. Oh, I think they said. They said that I can do that in the, Oh, there we go. They all sat down. Uh-oh, so there's just a bunch of... Okay. Manage measures. Quickly swap my party with a different one. Okay, reorder. So third creature, that would be this one. So real quick, let's look at these creatures' stats. For right now, this is going to obviously just be the Unicorn Vivifier, because it is the only creature that is of a level with my Animatus. Okay. Pretty straightforward. So we are at 2 hours 28 minutes, but I really do want to go in and do like the other... I want to do at least one more realm level. I was going to stop at 2 hours, but I'm going to let myself go up to closer to 3, because the game so far has been a lot of tutorial garbage and me figuring out like kind of how to do things, and I feel like at this point, right, like, so I can increase the realm depth, Blood Grove, and we just don't see any realm properties or anything like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go do this second realm and try to full clear it, and then see what happens. No, I sense that Kiichi is not here either. Well, yeah. What is the point of telling me in the quest dialogue if you're going to have, like, these guys completely ignore it on a, like, ludonarrative level? At depth 3. Anyway. Spring the traps in this realm to appease Apocronix. Okay. Okay, let's see how much harder these combats are. Oh, yeah, he automatically casts Nightmare because of the Vulp's passive. Cool. That's really easy. How are we? Okay, so does their level simply match the realm level? That's really intense. That means the game is going to get harder very fast, depending on how much XP we get rewarded on curve. We'll attack the guy that's not asleep, because that makes good sense. Why did my... Oh, okay, I see. The turn order is actually just the list of monsters. So the monsters over there are listed by turn order. That is useful information. I was wondering about that, actually, because it looked like random to me. So now it doesn't. Oh, and it's split. It's split between all my guys. That makes much more sense. Terrorhound and Bard Balladeer ready. What's that? This will give me a buff. That's agile. Let's fight this guy. That Vulpes is the same as the other Vulpes, as far as I can tell. We'll attack this guy again. This is looking pretty automatic, honestly. I may set up a battle plan so that I can do this even more thoughtlessly. I'm mostly concerned with, like, interacting with the team building mechanics. So hopefully I can handle combats on, like, a meta tactical level, so I don't actually have to, you know, play them turn for turn, like, super tactically, and I can focus more on the higher level team building, because that's the stuff that appeals to me. Oh, cool! It says right here how long I've been playing. So 148. So I still have like 12 minutes before I hit 2 hours. Anyway, maybe I can do the. So spring 5 traps will get me 10 perk points, right? So these guys have mending. I bet I can still kill all of them. The enemy Terravulps goes if I don't kill it though. So and kill that, and then. Yeah, the enemy Ent is not going to go forever and ever, so... Okay, and so that's those echo attacks with the 2/2/2, that's the Direwolf stuff hitting. That actually was so weak that the enemies... That's interesting. Huh. Okay, so anyway... Yeah, these guys are doing a 0. And so that's just the defense, I guess. 15% less damage, and they have high defense. So, and yeah, I mean, interesting. This Animatus should just, yeah, 76 damage. The Animatus is really, really powerful right now. Okay, so the level 1 guys are leveling much, much faster. Let's get the Satyr combat out of the way. I am absolutely gonna set up a macro like yesterday, like a battle plan, I guess is And he does 0 damage to my Animatus. I wonder if there's a way to set it up so that my Animatus is the only thing that can be attacked. Because de facto, once I've got the perk spec, my Animatus is going to be the tankiest thing in my party. 50 favor with Apocronix. Okay. And we got a Exiled Satyr. Cool, yeah. Thanks for the materials. Here, take this. Did I give materials? 10 knowledge points for Centaur Ranger. Okay. Alright. Yeah, we're gonna quickly get to a place where all we want to do is like roll through combats really, really fast. And there's a way to set like there we go, we can set Turbo and Ultra. So what does Turbo look like? Like Turbo's basically just gonna speed up the attack animation. Yeah. Cool. Okay, is my Terror Hound gonna level up? No. So can we see, does he heal after the combat? I wanna know. Okay, Granite. We got Granite out of our vomit. What in the hell have we been eating? This item could be taken to the Enchanter. Increase stat potency? So is that like it increases the amount that intelligence has an effect on the spell? Okay, yeah, none of these destructibles ever do anything. Just gonna do this one final check here before, but the mushroom does. The mushroom gives me a realm thinger. Maybe as we gain Apocronix favor, other doodads, other destructible doodads will start to give us bonuses or something. As you approach the treasure, yeah. He's gonna attack me. Cool. Beat the fuck out of it. Did it really do that? Anyway, yeah. Pretty sure we just beat the holy hell out of these guys. Uh-oh. He dodged. What do we do now? Huh. That was a fairly nifty mend. I need to double check how mend works. Is it like... at the start of their turn. Oh, that's really interesting. It's not just at the start of, like, my turn. Creatures have their own independent turns. Okay. Works a little differently than I thought. Yeah, it does not look like these... and my guy did actually recover his health in between combats. So, provided that I don't... Okay, there we go. Provided that I don't die in combat, it feels like there's really no reason to worry about healing or anything like that. Mind Crunch. This is the first inscription I've received, right? Maybe? No, maybe I got other ones because that... Or when I picked up monsters, they added their spellbook to my spellbook, but this is the spellbook mechanic thing, where I get Mind Crunch now, and I can craft the gem for it. Oh wow. So you can add spell gem slots to your creature. With Pump Drill in the trick slot of your artifact. It's nice. Treasure Trove. Okay. Don't have to destroy those anymore. Yeah, we heal. We heal in between every combat. This is now pretty much automatic. Oh, I see. So if I hold my button, our battle's going too slowly for you. It introduces me to turbo mode here. This is like really early for you to be like, hey, have you lost interest in the combat? already. Commands you've set as turbo mode allows you to hold down A or B in battle to quickly select whatever commands you've set as defaults for your creatures. Coupled with the strategy option from the creatures menu, turbo mode makes battling much more efficient. To enable turbo mode, press B to open the menu and select options, then gameplay. You know, maybe it's actually time to, So by default, they just all attack, which is nice. Wait. I can select strategy cast, but it doesn't, like... It doesn't let me choose what I'm casting? Does it just cast the top spell? Is that guy gonna cast Antidote every turn if I leave that the way that it is? Alright, we'll leave everybody at default attack then, and we'll just hold our A button for the time being. I'm a little sad that it immediately devolved into Thoughtless Grind, but the party building mechanics still seem pretty interesting to me, so we will continue to pursue getting something out of this. Vulnerable on damage. Creature has a chance to afflict enemies with vulnerable attacks or spells for a trick slot. Vulnerable, huh? I actually want to see what vulnerable does real quick. Codex. Vulnerable. 50% more damage. Yikes. Yeah, that seems really good. I mean, it depends on whether or not the game actually pushes back at all. Yeah, that's quite a lot faster, I would say. Alright, I guess it's kind of time to speed things up a little bit. Allows you to craft gems of Lux Gambit. All creatures' ethereal spell gems are replaced with different ones. Okay. Automatically consumed when you pick it up. Yep, like all of the ones that just auto-add. Okay, I need to find one more trap to get my 10 perk points. Just in case something wacky happens, I'm gonna go ahead and save. Oof, my stomach is kind of upset. Crud. Alright, well, we'll see. I'm about to end probably anyway. I want to get through this yellow amber murky... Oh, I didn't see what the murky amber does. Materials, murky amber. There it is. What do you do? In defense. Oh, I did have one already, I think. This rare item can be used to purchase. Okay, so now I finally have an emblem of Apocryptics. 200 favor with Apocryptics. Fortune increased by 20%. You earn some treasure. Favor rank 2. 5% resources from battles. And is that in just in his territory, or is that like everything? Perk points. Jade. Generosity at the start of battle. This gem is shared with the bearer's allies with only 1 charge. Oh, so you give, like, everybody a charge of the spell gem in question. That's interesting. And we got another emblem of Apocryptics, so now I can go buy stuff from him. After you complete a rub quest, your fortune will increase. It can increase up to a maximum of 100%, but resets to 0 when your party is wiped out in battle. Interesting. Fortune increases the amount of resources you receive from battles, unlike other effects that boost the amount of resources you earn. Fortune is multiplicative. Oh, okay. There's a comma there. Making it one of the most effective ways to boost your income. Okay, I mean, like, this is a kind of a cute game, right? This is a bunch of cute ideas. I would, like, immediately I'm kind of inclined to believe that this game is... Oh, here we go. I'm kind of the opinion of if you feel the need for a speed option, you should just fix the pacing of your damn game. But Rift Wizard actually does provide a valuable information about how the mechanics work and what the hell is going on through its animations, so it's not as universal as I once thought. Yeah, that's sort of like, you know, and then once you are... like, I run Rift Wizard on max speed now, but you have to kind of get used to the animations and stuff like that. And I kind of get that. Oh, you're good, man. I may extend a little bit here. So I'm at 2 hours now, basically, right? Like, I haven't been playing the whole time because I've been interfacing with chat and stuff, but I'm at about 2 hours. Where in the hell? I saw it somewhere. Where is my game time? There it is. So I'm at 2 hours and 1 minute. And I was thinking about, like, doing another hour, maybe. But I don't know. I'm definitely still good, like, time-wise. I still have the time in the night. I could go to 9:30, but I don't know if I want to. If I do that, I have to take a piss at some point. Very relevant information. I want to shop with Apochronyx here. This is mana for Eft Howler, the Eft species. After you obtain enough mana, you can summon this creature at the Summoning Brazier in Siralim. How much mana? Throat Ripper. After one of your Efts attack, all of your Efts recover health equal to 5% of damage dealt for each Eft fighting on your side. Well, that's effed up. 10. I only have 4, so we can't do that. Explosive Arrow allows you to craft gems of Explosive Arrow. Moderate amount of HP, devastating amount of bomb, 100% of the damage is based on the caster's speed instead of intelligence. Okay, so intelligence is the default cast, but you know, lots of the stuff like arrows and shit are gonna end up just substituting speed. Gotcha. The Eft-Howler sounds interesting, because I'm like curious if on the first go, and it seems like I can convert Crystal to Favor at a pretty good rate. 150 Favor. Like, how much Crystal do I have? Is like currency. I have 6,000 Crystal, and Crystal's like what you use to. It's not what you use to summon characters, is it? I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to try to clear out floor 2 real quick. And then if I decide to do a Realm 3, like if I decide to go Realm Depth 3 before I close out the stream, I'll have to take a quick piss break. Terror Hound 1. Yeah, we already have Terror Hound, though. Achievement earned, a little help. I wish I knew what that achievement was for. Did it say, and I just didn't read it fast enough? Exiled Satyr 5? 100 knowledge points straight up. Okay. So now I've obviously got knowledge, like Exiled Satyr knowledge. I've got a ton of knowledge of this guy. 300 out of 500. Yeah, there we go. I wonder, so that's E rank. I've got F ranks and I've got E ranks. The Exiled Satyr is the closest to being D ranked. So there we go. Those things just give me Apochronyx Favor. The squash will give me items. Oh, no? No, it was a pumpkin, not a squash. Inscription Shock. Modern raw damage plus 20% more damage for each debuff they have. That's really interesting. Definitely ways you can lean on specific mechanics. Like, they're definitely setting you up for some, like, some team building synergy type nonsense. Exiled Satyr 2. Again, another Exiled Satyr, huh? So I want to know what, like, do I make a different Exiled Satyr, or is it just the, it's just the in-battle knowledge stuff? Socketed artifacts, trick slot, Cure of Silencing gives a chance to inflict silence when it deals damage to them with attacks or spells. See, these are really interesting. I wonder if there's a way to, like, set it up so that some kind of automatic attacks are triggered at the start of combat, and you just have like a primary monster that deals a shit ton of damage and applies a shit ton of debuffs right off the bat. There probably is. There's always stuff like that in these games. Okay. Let's kill the Terror Hound. Just holding the A button. It is the obvious optimal strategy for now, until the game introduces something that, like, pushes back at all. Okay, so we got some more materials. Cool. Yeah, starting to pick up the pace a little bit here because the game is not introducing any more, you know, not a whole lot more information, but what's here is pretty straightforward now. The amber are crafting materials for artifacts, stat stuff typically. A lot of squash, too much. Okay, so that is the squash, but I have to eat a certain amount of it to trigger the vomit or something? Anyway. Map. Let's see, do we have anything? Oh, there we go. We've got some unexplored territory up here. Okay. That looks to me to be about it. Not terribly exciting, this Realm 2. I think I gotta go Realm 3 here, because, like, Realm 3 is where something is supposed to happen, apparently. And I don't even know what to do back at base at this point, to be honest, because there doesn't really seem to be a whole lot. Like, I haven't encountered any new monsters, necessarily. Just Centaur Ranger. I know a Centaur Ranger on my team, but, like, I don't really see a reason. I mean, I have a bestiary, so I can just go look up what that mob's, What is your trait? Gonna fall off so you get your own unique experience. Yeah, for sure. For sure. And yeah, no problem. I think that's maybe worthwhile. I think once we're into the game, it'll be Karakuri Overkill is the Karakuri Overkill is Adam, by the way, and he's the guy I'm doing this collab with. So he's going to do his own parallel run to mine, and then we're going to compare notes basically and kibitz about the game, and hopefully end up taking very divergent approaches. It would be really silly given this many options if we end up doing a similar thing, but yeah, I think it's probably worth maybe getting our our feet in initially, and then I don't think it'll matter after that if we show up to each other's streaming bits about the game. But I guess, like, the first stream is probably one of those where it's like, yeah, wait to get your initial impressions, you know? So, otherwise you'll definitely get spoiled on stuff that seems, like, relevant. And it doesn't, like, that doesn't count as playtime, does it, right? So, kind of advantageous. Advantageous in the way that, like, we are both trying to avoid being spoiled on mechanics, so that we can see, like, how does a blind, you know, player on a fresh run parse all these mechanics, and what do you do with it? Like, what is the different experiencing it blind? Like, if one of us watches the other stream on the first run through, then we don't get that. So yeah, that thing looks like it's got a really, like, wilting back leg and a really buff foreleg. I think the foreshortening on the unicorns, the unicorn vivifier's legs, is a little crazy. Anyway, nobody gives two shits about my opinions on the art. So what was I looking at? Centaur Ranger. I was looking at this guy's on the rocks. There we go. Attacks an additional number of times equal to the number of spells your creatures have cast since it last attacked. That seems really, really powerful in the right setup. And isn't there a... Let me see this. Isn't there a perk that lets me borrow traits? A copy of your 5th creature's innate trait. There we go. So if we find an innate trait like that that just is a game changer, once we have 100 points, we can just make that happen. Which seems awesome. And since we can refund perk points, we just spend them as we get them. Nice. Okay, and it doesn't really seem like there's a whole lot of reason to hold back on doing something like crafting another sword for... I mean, we're going to invest maximally in our... Okay, so these are harder to acquire. It seems because it seems like there's a lot more of these trick slot gems, but you require 3 of them. So the chances that I get 3 of any one seems lower, I guess. But the stat slots seem like they will be relatively easy to fill out. Let's just go like health attack. Oh no, that's right. We need 5, so do that. And I think that's pretty much it. I could add some health, I guess. Excuse me? Oh, it costs 2,500 brimstone. Well, okay, so I'm running myself out of brimstone. That's alright, though. Don't really care that much. Did I not equip this... I didn't even equip the Wimp Whacker to the guy that's supposed to be using it. And then I guess... Since that guy is the highest level... Where's my attack stat? 30. Still definitely winning. Just winning on levels. So we'll put the sword on the Vivifier, even though I don't think there's any kind of, like, specific reason to do that. It's just the highest level, so he's got more attack. And so this is crystal right here, right? This is high spend crystal? No, what is that? It's not crystal. It's, Essence. Essence. I want to know how I spend power. This is how I spend crystal. Okay, so crystal's the spell gems. Don't know what power does. I'm kind of hoping... Yeah, there we go. Does not cost any power to travel to this realm. Alright, so there's your roguelike hook, right? Is that it does cost a currency to go out and do, like, realm stuff. And maybe it costs currency to go to a realm of a certain depth. So we'll have to see how that pans out. Anyway, I'm going to take a quick piss break. And, you know, not a whole ton of people here, so I'm not going to put up an AFK screen or anything. I'll just be right back. Okay. I'm back. I no longer have to pee. Which is actually a fantastic feeling of relief after having spent the first hour and a half of playing this game. The entire time kind of really struggling. So, do I just go to the next level? Kind of worried if you still needed to pee. Yeah, me too. If I leave with the express purpose and then come back and I'm like, guys, I'm sorry, but I just didn't manage. I couldn't. It was... Yeah, mission failed. Whoops. So can't really do anything. 1,000 crystal and 1 aquamarine. So cascading I can get. And cascading, like, has a chance to duplicate the effect to another enemy. Or another enemy or something like that. And that seems like it could be really useful on constriction. Disenchant. Upgrade. Upgrade a spell's tier to make its properties more powerful. Interesting. I really don't know. Like, what happens if I increase the tier of antidote? Okay. Like, should I try increasing it a few more levels? Did the charges go up or something? I didn't see anything change. Is a roguelike? Don't say that around Frey, man. He'll start arguing with you that chess is a fighting game. All right. You could start some conversations here that go way too deep. All right. I guess I just go. I'm hoping that the game gets a little more interesting, you know, quickly. No properties, story boss. Wait, how is story boss no properties? Okay, this is the right place. Kiichi is just up ahead. Approach her with caution. She's even more dangerous than she looks. After you weaken her, I will capture and tame her. Now let us proceed. Alright, sounds exciting. Inspection. Yes, I have used the inspection command. If the game doesn't expect you to use the inspect command, then I guess the difficulty level kind of makes sense. Who are we designing for? A hostile group of creatures led by Kiichi. Okay, so Kiichi is leading these creatures. That's what these battles are about. These are boss battles, I guess. So were the dungeon battles previously, were those kind of boss battles? Were they arranged like a boss battle where there's a leading mob? Anime just cast Nightmare. Instantly putting Kiichi to sleep. That's awesome. That's some good random luck, I think. I never get luck that good. At the start of the battle, this creature afflicts enemies with bleeding. Oh, so I have bleeding? Oh, every enemy has bleeding. Oof. So 30% damage per turn. Resistant. Creatures that are resistant to sleeping wake up at the start of their turn. Okay. Cornered. At the start of battle, this creature afflicts enemies with bleeding. Okay, yeah, that's it. That's it. That's the whole thing. Alright. I sort of just want to attack Kiichi. How much are we dealing? Like, you actually don't have that much health or anything, man. And I think I can get rid of my bleeding debuff because I think I've got my my guy there. Can I kill you? Alright. Kiichi. Not nearly as intimidating as I was led to believe. Kiichi, the high school bully. Dies in one hit. Alright, yeah, I guess we're just doing this. And once my Ent's turn rolls around, I want to stop bleeding. And I think that's about as much as I can do, right? Everybody took one round of bleeding because my Ent is the slowest party member, which I did not think about. Okay. Wait. I thought... Hold on. Antidote doesn't peel debuffs? Oh no, it reduces the duration by 1. So how much duration of bleed do I have, I guess, is the question. You know, that would be a really useful thing to include in the tooltip icon. Or like in the debuff icon. How many turns of bleeding do I have, man? Seems relevant. Antidote. The duration of your creature's debuffs is reduced by 1 turn. They recover a small amount of health for each debuff. That's pretty good, though. Yeah, so there, it finally cleared the debuff. So it was like, I don't know, like 3 or 4 turns? I wasn't really keeping track too well. There's a lot of experience, holy cow. We got like a bunch of levels. Thanks to you, she's been tamed. We will need her aid to seek out the ultimate nether orb. Just as a hound can smell fresh meat from miles away, Efts are adept at detecting magic from great distances. You should return to all things considered. That went quite well. You should return to Siralim and tell Everett the good news. 50 perk points. That's very different. That's very different. Unicorn Vivifier, some materials, basic currencies. Curio Slumbering ×2, that's good. Centaur Ranger, Terror Hound 5. Okay, so we're getting some serious knowledge up in this hizzle. Alright, and we just got teleported back instantly, so let's talk to Everett. It's good to see you've returned in one piece. Did you have any luck rallying Apochronics to our side? Yeah, we did. I should have known. Asked for a favor of you first. Very rarely do gods provide their aid to humans without explicitly expecting something. Unless I'm glad to have Apochronics health. You have had a tiring day. Yeah. Okay. So did I got like F knowledge? I didn't get knowledge of that Kiichi monster? Is that because I have to buy, that's the monster I'm buying from Apochronics? Like when it says that F monster there? You should speak with Everett first. Again? Siralim is an ever-growing kingdom. Better yet, look around. You can not envision how magnificent your castle. Can you not envision how magnificent your castle could be someday become? Next step should be to try to travel the Frostbite Caverns and convene with Azural, the god of winter. Azural is a noble god who is always eager to work with humans. With his help, we would be able to expand the castle and make Siralim the very best king you can be. His knowledge reinforces our kingdom's defenses. After all, if God forbid we don't obtain the ultimate nether orb in time, we'll likely need even stronger fortifications with which to defend ourselves. I hope that's actually a mechanic. I hope that, like, you can suck bad enough that the other side gets a whole bunch of dudes together and comes after you. That would be pretty cool. Travel to the Frostbite Caverns. Okay. Very straightforward shit so far. This trait does not stack, so despite getting 3 stacks, I can't actually just put 2 of them on a team to max that, even though it can stack up to 5. Just poking around at stuff at this point, really. Wouldn't it be nice to put some speed on that guy's weapon, considering he's my antidote guy, but everybody goes before he goes? Okay, so I can go to a random realm now. It does not cost any power to travel to a random realm. It costs 1,000 power to travel to the level 3 Bloodgrove again, though. Really? So going to a specific place. Okay, and I've got more information about this Bloodgrove realm. Okay. It's interesting. It doesn't cost any... Okay, so as long as you're on the quest line, it doesn't cost any power, but it costs power to travel backwards to realms. But do I get more power? So if I go to this realm, right? Does anyone actually like this stuff? Collect squash in this realm to feed Siralim citizens. So this isn't the first time that I've been in this realm, though. Which means that, so these guys are really easy, because I've like, over-leveled the place, basically. I came back here kind of to see, like, what was going to happen, because Realm 3 was not like this before. It was a boss room. Now it costs some... Now it costs some power to come here, but do I get, like, how much currency do I have? How much power do I have right now? 14,000. Okay. I only have 4 Apochronics realms. Yeah, no, I do too, honestly. So we've got 4 Apochronics emblems. We need 10 to buy the only thing that seems to matter out of his shop presently. And I'm curious about how much power I can accumulate. Like, from where am I getting it? Because I haven't been paying close attention. Onyx. Falling property under your spell gems. Potency based on attack. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the, yeah, enchanter mats. What are you? 200 favor for Apochronics. That's a lot. Nothing else has given me that much yet. And I feel like I should probably stop destroying, just like compulsively destroying all these destructibles, but I can't help it. Smoky armor. Oh no, it's amber. Okay. Oh wait, there's a bush. Gotta kill the bushes. Yeah, I think just indiscriminately destroying the doodads is probably gonna be my modus operandi. Oh, 50% treasure from tents. Okay. Yeah, so running around in here, there we go. We got some power. We get some power, so it's 140. It cost me 1,000 to come here. Now my question is, like, am I gonna be am I gonna run myself out of power if I come back here repeatedly, you know, like, or is it an infinite grind? Can I keep doing it? I don't think it's super important that I pay attention to this combat. Everybody's probably gonna die pretty quickly. Okay. I wonder if I should do some kind of self-imposed challenge where I don't, like, give in to the grind so much. Important note about battles. When creatures perform attack actions in battles, all subsequent actions are processed at the same exact time. However, they are displayed to you one at a time to make them easier to read. For example, your creature attacks with an enemy attacks an enemy 3 times. All the damage is dealt at the same exact time, even though the damage values are displayed one at a time. Might sometimes appear as if your creatures are attacking or casting a spell on a dead enemy, but that is not actually the case. That seems like something where you could avoid that by designing the system better. Like, I don't know if there's any real reason to have that be that way. Anyway, not super concerned. It does feel a little bit suboptimal that, like, if my creature attacks 3 times, he doesn't bother to retarget. It feels like I was too lazy to do the thing, so I'm including a tooltip explaining that the thing doesn't work properly, more than anything else. But hey, maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Alright. So we can collect all the squash and get this quest out of the way. And see how much power we can get, because that's kind of relevant. Yeah, 245 power, so we're like almost halfway there now. Unstable equilibrium. Current health is set equal to that of the target. So this is really interesting for builds like the Blood Mage builds, where you want your creatures to be low health. So what you do is you set it up so that the combat starts, and you trigger some kind of high damage ability automatically at the start of combat, and then it lowers at least hopefully one target on the enemy team to a really low percentage, and you just set your monster's HP to be equal to the low targets. Well, that doesn't seem like it happens fast enough for me, honestly. Like, you would probably want something even more automatic than that. Creature spells are more potent. Cool. More enchanting mats. So again, I feel like eventually Apochronyx is going to reward me for breaking these doodads, but he doesn't now. I should probably bothered to have... no, it doesn't matter. Yeah, the fact that you heal after each combat... Her knowledge points about Unicorn Vivifier, yep. Okay. And yeah, we got some power here. Did we get power out of the last chest? I don't think so. So we're definitely like closing in pretty rapidly on a full refund. And I'm wondering how that scales in order to make it any kind of cost-benefit analysis. Like if there were any kind of trade-off. It would be much more interesting, but I don't know if there's going to be a trade-off. I guess maybe there's the potential to not be refunded, and it really depends on how it scales, right? Like, if suddenly it starts costing me like 5,000 or 6,000 Emblem of Apochronyx, that's nice. I kind of want to get to 10 emblems. I wonder if there's a way to level, I wonder if there's a way to allocate experience or get experience on a monster without battling with that monster. Like, I wonder if I can do a thing where, because as soon as I get that F'd monster from Apochronyx shop, he's not going to be the same level. It's not going to be the same level as no power there. It's not gonna be the same level as my other creatures, and so it's gonna be weaker de facto. Like, I'm not gonna want to use it basically. Okay, another trick slot thing. Protected when it deals damage. Bright armor. Or amber. I keep reading that as armor. Like skimming. Completed the realm quest, gained 200 favor, your fortune increased by 20%, you earn some treasure. Okay, and this is starting to... These tents are starting to pour out, like, quite a lot of, treasure. For me. And what we want to do is we just want to clear these levels out basically as quickly as possible. And yeah, I still am not finding anything from these, right? This is just all of these are... Okay. The Animatus feels really broken. But, I don't know. Sorcery Crippler. Got some power. I think we're refunded now. Yeah, they got 244 power. I'm definitely refunded now. Accessory Loose Hair Brown. Okay, so wardrobe stuff. We're hunting for cosmetics now. Maybe that's the game. We hunt for cosmetics and we put together interesting synergies on our team, and then we're basically all in. Totally how we're gonna do it. Power, more power, meaning we are now way better than refunded. Maybe way better is an exaggeration. Thanks to the materials. Now that's... I'm kind of curious, like, am I giving up materials when I click on this? Does it tell me how much? So that you can attract 10 girlfriends, including your rival sister who is a witch. Yeah. Sounds legit. I can believe it. Got any construction materials for trade? Oh, wait a second. So if I destroy these, am I getting construction materials? Is that what's going on? Is there a way to track this? Power. Wow, that was a lot of power. Holy crud. So is this... How do I get construction materials then? Set to 0, so what? This realm does not have any properties. So I guess you scale the realm properties with instability? I don't know, man. Deal more damage with attacks. Okay. And that's a trick slot? It's like you can convert your trick slot into an attack damage, like, stat slot, I guess. For creatures who want even more attack. I really want to know... Okay, so I did get more materials there. So I wonder if it's the random stuff you're picking up off the ground, like the, if you chop down the trees and destroy the rocks and whatnot, you can turn them in for stuff with these guys. I don't know. Field item. Yeah. I just don't know where I would see, like, how much wood or whatever or stone I've got. I could be completely wrong about the mechanic too. That's just what I've surmised. Cloud Beam. Small amount of damage continuously. After each enemy takes damage, the spell's a 20% chance to end. Interesting. I wonder if you can put upgrades on that to make it borderline infinite, because 20% chance is actually not that high. You can flip heads a lot of times on 80% odds. Also, there is a killer soundtrack while you do all these things. Yeah, there's a bard with an electric guitar just following you around, being pulled around on a little lift. I still don't have enough Apochronics. Wait, now there's decorations. Oh, yeah. Apochronics' chair. His chair is just a log. I feel like there's a dick joke in here somewhere. So yeah, we've got the Howler Skull. Is the Howler Skull, is that what... I just don't... Howler Skull... Okay, Howler Skull's the artifact for a trait slot. Okay. Okay, I see. So if you put a trait slot in an artifact, you can give another trait to a monster. That's cool. That's what I'm... Okay. I was missing. I was not making that connection, even though I'd read all the mechanics. So, like, if I want to give an Eft Howler's Throat Ripper trait to somebody that's not an Eft Howler, I can shove it into an artifact trait slot and then give it to them, which is really cool. I wonder... I don't think that works with my I don't think that works with my Animatus. Like, I don't think that even if he's borrowing the 5th creature's innate trait, I think so it would just be the innate trait at that point. But you can strap innate traits to other monsters, and that's pretty cool. So if I see like 3 or 4 innate traits that I want to work together, there's a good chance that I can slap them all onto one monster at some point. I just have to keep my eye out for mechanics to let me do that and traits that interest me in that way. 50% treasure from tents seems so wacky. Dying is not good if it resets the multiplicative treasure stuff. Am I done in here? Like, I only did another Realm 3 run because I was not sure about the power mechanic. But it looks like I could definitely make out like a bandit and just basically run this over and over and over. Back to Siralim we go. Alright, yeah. Still haven't made a ranger. Probably should at some point, although I'm not sure there's really a reason for me to do it until I'm ready to use it. How do I do my... It should really have a list of currencies like right up here without forcing you to tab to currency. Emblems. Oh, okay, there's a lot of... Like, what's the 4080 emblem there? What? 4080? Okay. Gonfurion. So there are quite a few gods. Alright. Alright, I mean, yeah, they said there's 1,200 monsters, so... We'll figure it out. We're gonna try to put together some broken shit, for sure. I mean, the game has got to push back at some point, right? There's 1,200 monsters, so I assume the developers figured that they could just... And this is the 3rd or 4th iteration of the game. He doesn't remember the Azure. Of course I don't. That game was like... I remember that game the way that you remember like a fever dream or a fugue state experience. Like, what the fuck? But... It does look like there's gonna be some interesting things to do in this game. We will make our own fun. We will forge ahead and craft our own fun. I cannot use these glassy orbs at all because I just don't have any nether slots unlocked. So, you know what I'm gonna do? Brimstone seems to be on my most precious resource so far, but I'm just gonna fucking go ahead and see if I can't upgrade an artifact enough to, upgrade your blacksmith. Wait. Upgrade upgrades? How do I upgrade my blacksmith? Excuse me. Excuse me, Sabon. You are no longer sufficient. Why in the hell would it give me an item that I just can't use at all? Wait. I can interact with any part of this. I never have to actually look at Sabon's stupid face. I can come in here and talk to the weapon rack and get things done. I don't know. I'm gonna have to upgrade my, So I guess that's probably what's going on in the next realm. Let me see real quick. I've got 15 minutes before I will have played for 3 hours, so... We're gonna go ahead and... fuck it, you know, like... This game is not pushing back at all, so... Azrael's altar depicts the noble god of winter wielding his fabled winter maul, a relic that is said to be able to freeze enemies solid before shattering them to pieces. Greetings, esteemed ruler of Siralim. I am Azrael, god of winter. To what do I owe the pleasure of your arrival? Well, you see, I want to grind more. Well, then you've certainly come to the right place. I would be honored to teach you what I know about construction. So this is the guy that's going to teach me about base stuff. I would simply give you some materials, explain how to use them, and send you on your way, but alas, just this once. I must ask something of you first. Yeah, right. You're swindling me. You see, a giant cruncher has eaten through most of my stockpiled materials, and if someone doesn't stop it soon, I won't have anything left to hand out to eager learners such as yourself. That's asinine. What kind of god cannot handle a monster that that I could handle with my level 5 team of dweebs? Happy to teach you how to expand your castle. Okay. Mage is confident you're dealing with major weak cruncher. Yes, I will. I will go and kill your cruncher. Perk points instantly. Nice. Actually, yes, I should do that. I have a crap ton of perk points that I haven't spent. 60 of them, actually. 5th creature's innate trait. Is that worth doing in any case? I don't think so. Maybe, though. Let's see. Should probably spend my perks in any case, because I can just refund them. Well, I can definitely increase this to maximum. And even if I refund everything, there's no way I can... Random buffs. 5 random buffs seems really, really useful, though. 30, 60, 90, not quite. So 150 I would need there. This is... I've sunk 20 points into this, so I only have 80. Splits the damage it takes with your 6th creature. As though that's necessary. The thing has, like, stats equal to 100 times my, the rest of my party members because of the way it consumes, stats. Yeah. I don't think it's really... I think this is the obvious choice. Like, there's no real reason for me not to just do that. Okay, projects. Okay. Achievement earned, well traveled. Yeah. Alright. Oh, hey, we've got a hound, or what is this? Blood Crusader. Okay, I mean, let's at least inspect. Let's not disrespect the game fully here. 52 attack, 49 attack. This is a lot more stuff. After your creatures are healed, they gain a random buff. This trait does not stack. Does anybody heal? Do you heal? Artifact boots. Okay, yep, so this guy's got mending. So everyone's gonna heal at the start of their turn, and they're all gonna get a buff. That's actually cool. When this creature attacks, it deals additional damage equal to 100% of the damage it took since it last attacked. Okay, so we don't want to attack this thing until we're ready to kill it. It's got 68 health, but quite a lot of defense. I actually think I can probably one-shot that thing. Yeah, this guy's got some more attack intelligence for each dead creature. Defense and speed for each living creature. Okay. It's gaining a lot of this creature's stats, though. Got 105 attack. And just an unbelievable amount of defense. Because everybody's alive over here. Yeah, so it looks like... You know, if I want to avoid things getting buffs, we just kill this guy first. Not bad. And we kill the damage-soaking guy last, right? I think I can just skip. Ha! Alright. And that guy dies instantly because my Animatus is crazy OP. I probably didn't really need to play that combat tactically, but it felt good to feel like I had to do something. those guys definitely had significantly higher stats and whatnot, so... Ancient Spirit, Monstrous Gargantuan, Blood Crusader. You see, now that those innate traits and whatnot really do interest me a lot, because it feels like instantly there's really interesting things that you can do with guys like that. So, like, okay. But the game really isn't forcing me to yet, so... On the one hand, it's like... Yeah, you're kind of tickling my ape brain, but also I sort of don't feel the need to do anything creative. Like, there's no pressure. I probably will anyway. Abyssal Phylactery. Socket an artifact's trait slot with this item to gain this trait. This creature attacks and casts spells 3 additional times. That's crazy. Like, that is absolutely nuts. 3 additional times? I'm kind of terrified about what the game could do. Okay, we're getting power and stuff. Emblem Azrael. Can I destroy any of these? No. Nothing here to destroy. It's just... Okay. 75% more damage and afflict cursed. Alright. I wish I knew what cursed did. Feels like there's no real order of operations here. I should definitely consider putting a sword on everyone, because right now they just don't do any damage. Okay, so I can see where this game is probably going to start to push back if you don't keep up with it at all. And to be honest, like, if the devs are mean, they have the tools to construct fights that could be, like, horrifying at the moment. I wonder if they're just going to allow themselves to get really sadistic because of the amount of content they put in here. So that will be interesting to see how that plays out. This item can be taken to the enchanter. Potency is increased by 30 for each empty spell gem slot the creature has. Yeah, I mean, stuff like that just screams like specialization. Granite Golem appeared. Okay, haven't seen that guy before. What do you do? Extra defense equal to 50% of the creature's defense adjacent to it. So that's 2. Does not benefit from creatures that also have this trait. Wait a second. Absolutely. You may create a team that steamrolls through levels, but there will be that one group of enemies that can take you out if you're not paying attention. Big Siralim fan, by the way. You are the second Siralim fan that has stopped in here. And I would... I'm trying to do like a no spoilers thing, and I'm playing through with a friend who's doing a parallel run with me, and we're doing like 6 hours a week, and then we're going to meet up on Fridays to discuss like how our separate runs are going and how the game is shaping up, and talk, like, share ideas and stuff. I would like to ask you if you care to answer in vague terms, since I'm trying to do a no spoilery thing. Normally I don't care about spoilers. What do you like about the game in a general sense? Is it like the party building stuff? Because that's definitely what I'm here for. And I'm hoping that we're going to do this many, many weeks out into the future. So stay tuned if you like watching people dissect video games with an eye towards, like, dynamics and system interactions. So that is what I'm interested in. This guy actually made me wonder. When I looked at this, Right. For some reason, my brain went, wait a second. Can I put my Animatus in slot 3 and have him increase his own stats by a percentage of his own stats? And something tells me that there's nothing stopping me from doing that. Definitely team building. I've got about 500 hours into the game, and a good amount of that has been spent team/trait crafting. Yeah. All right, definitely. Well, this guy doesn't have to die first. We can reduce his defense by simply killing other guys first. We want to kill the big castle guy last, because he gets more stuff for being hit, and these guys have really little attacks. Yeah, I'm gonna have to give my my guys some equipment, because right now they are doing jack shit. He's gonna one-shot somebody if I just let this go on. Yep. I'm gonna go ahead and let him, like, deal some damage. See how scary he is when he's all souped up. Oof! That is the first time I've had a creature die. Now, I want to know what happens at the end of the battle. Does that creature stay dead? Because, nope. It comes right back. It's a really interesting set of concerns that they have handed the player, right? Like, I don't have to worry about healing my guys in between battles. Really, I'm interested in how this is going to play out, because it's setting itself up so that the only thing I really care about is like how individual battles play out. There's really no permanence in between battles. I don't really know how the power resource balance is going to play out. I'm holding my breath on that one. I'm hoping it turns out to be really good. I'm hoping it turns out that there's some kind of, like, resource trade-off cost-benefit analysis happening with power. But I'm just not optimistic. Most games like this of a grindy kind of a nature don't do a good job with that. But I'm really, really interested, because it seems like the game does not give a flying fuck about, like, anything outside of, like, okay, arrange your team so that you get, like, the strongest individual combat that you can, and then just, like, go and blast apart, like, enemy monsters in individual combats. Like, just, it's all about, like, arranging that team synergy so that you get, like, a combat turn that's basically awesome, or you like, craft a team that is really internally synergistic and just throw it at various combats. Not really a spoiler. Okay, as long as, yeah, use your best judgment, and I don't care that much. I don't think it's probably going to be that important. Actually, there's something I would like to ask you if you know, because the test for it is so brain dead that it just, like, would consume my time. If I go into the creatures menu here, and I am using, like, strategy, and I go to use cast, like, how does it determine what to cast? Because it's not letting me choose, like, out of my spell list what the strategy casts, if that makes sense. It's just going to cast the top spell on the list, or is it going to choose randomly, or, like, what the hell? Do you happen to know? First slot gets cast, okay. Fair enough. Spell gem charges do not recharge between battles. They recharge when entering a new level. Okay. Fascinating. And, you know, I'm going to say that tentatively, I really don't like that. And there's a reason why I really don't like that. The reason I really don't like that is because it biases in favor of attack builds. Like, kind of automatically, right? But I am talking out of my ass. I'm speaking too soon here, obviously, because the way that spell augments seem to work means that they augment on a level that attacks really don't. So, like, what I mean by that is there's an extra dimension to the way that you can modify abilities in this game. Like, you can augment them the same way you can augment artifacts, which means that they add like an entirely separate dimension for the player to leverage in terms of building power, which means that casts are probably ridiculously powerful. Like, if you set up some kind of synergetic combo around a certain spell augmented in a certain way, you can probably do some absolutely unspeakable things with spells in this game. I am guessing. So it may be balanced in that way. But it does seem to, like, on first surmise, right? On first glance, prima facie, I suppose. It feels like the automatic conclusion when you look at a system where it's like, okay, well, one of my types of behaviors in combat is limited and the other is unlimited. It's like, well, just build around the unlimited resource, like leverage really heavy attack based builds, because why wouldn't you? I'm gonna take out this guy first because he's got the least defense. But I assume that casts scale in a way that attacks just don't scale in this game. That would be my hunch, based on the player's ability to augment spells in various ways. Seen all these enemies before, so don't really... Oh yeah, you know what? I gotta skip. Probably be defending, actually. I mean, it doesn't matter, because even if they kill something. Animatus seems just so powerful. Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna check. So this looks stupid, right? This looks really dumb. Molecular Betrayal, your Animatus gains 40%, it's going to be 50% of your third creature stats. I can just put my Animatus in my third slot, right? There's nothing preventing me from doing that, is there? Or does it say that... Does it say that he always occupies my first slot? Is that a part of this creature? I have no idea, but my immediate thought is to just pump this guy full of steroids and put him in slot 3 so he can buff himself. It centralizes the lever that they've given me. In a way that pleases me. Slate of Berserking. Gain Berserk when it deals damage to attacks or spells. Nice. Berserk being a 50% multiplier on attack feels pretty nice. Got any firewood? Okay, so firewood. That means, like, if I find some firewood on the ground, like this stuff, right? I come back. If I find more firewood... Wait, is this firewood? You obtained firewood. Okay, there we go. Gotta pay attention, Wes, that's all. So yeah, we come back here. Cool. Yep, okay. I get it. As you approach the Yeti, the ice encasing begins to crack, the creature breaks free and attacks. Oh, these guys look cool. What do they do? Apathetic, nervous, timid. Okay, so those are personalities, and when you summon creatures, are their personalities randomized? Because that's going to be that's going to be a big part of, like, putting a team together, is like getting the correct personality type. And if we look at these Yetis, we can also infer whether or not we were right about our other surmise. Yeah, so this Yeti's nervous and his health is down, his speed is up. Whereas this one is apathetic and his health is up and defense is down. So I assume that there's more to it than that, but there might not be. It may just be that simple. So their innate abilities. After this creature provokes, each enemy has a 50% chance to be afflicted with frozen. Ooh! Ooh. I had not anticipated I had not anticipated them doing this interesting twist here. If there are innates that are if there are innate traits that are tethered to non-attack combat actions, that changes the whole nature of the game. That's really cool. Yeah, why not do that then, huh? I definitely need to get creatures other than my animatus doing stuff though. Cold Slam Yeti. Many traits tied to things other than attack and casting. I mean, for sure, but combat actions specifically other than attack and casting. Like, traits that are tethered to defense, for example, that make it so that you are doubling up on your... So, like, typically if you have a creature defend, right, like, it's... In these archetypical turn-based RPG type games, you have a creature defend, and the defense does what the defense does. Typically, but if you can strap a whole bunch of functionality to that, then it gives you an incentive to build a creature archetype that what in the good god, this fog of war mechanic is so confusing. Like, just the way that whatever algorithm they're using to reveal the fog of war is just the way it reveals is nonsense. Anyway, yeah, it gives you an incentive to build around combat action archetypes that are not attack, which is great, or cast. Meaning that there's like a really strong incentive to, you know, build archetypes around provoke and defend, and that's super interesting. Opens up a lot of possibilities where I wasn't really expecting them to get that right. I am glad that they did that. Personality's brave. Oh! Oh, okay, yeah, so it is that simple. It's just one stat gets... I wonder if that's growth. I could probably look that up in the codex at this point, but... game information, creatures, personalities. 20 different personality. Creature gains a level, their stat increases by 30% of their base amount. The amount they started with at level 1. However, their personality causes one stat to increase by 40, and another stat to increase by only 20. You can change a creature's personality by giving them a personality tone, which you can find during your travels. Cool. Also, determine what it will say to you when you talk to the menagerie. Okay. Yep. All right. Yeah, that's really. Oh, and it just tells me all the different. Okay. Brutal seems de facto desirable because all the other stats are valuable on a brawler, but intelligence doesn't seem like it's especially valuable on a brawler unless you're doing some kind of weird battle mage hybrid where you somehow loop that in and leverage the intelligence stat to make more damage happen on attack or something. All right. We don't need to read anymore. We can just complete the level. What are you? You look awesome. Division of Mortality. This is Koloss Firebrand. This creature deals additional damage with attacks and spells equal to its current health, minus the target's current health. Oh, that's dangerous. Minus the target's current health? So you have him attack after other guys attack. That's really interesting. So this guy does even more as long as he stays healthy and the opponent is low on HP. Definitely. My main spec is Siege Master, which is based primarily around defending. Team rarely, if ever, attacks and casts via those commands. Any attacks or casts come from defending. That is exactly what I expected when I saw that first trait that revealed that there were going to be going to be function. There was you were allowed to strap functionality to non-combat or non-attack combat actions. I was like, oh, okay, they're going to open that entire can of worms for sure. I'm really happy about that. I think that's great. I am a big fan of them putting like kind of divergent team building incentives. Building in divergent team building incentives in that way. I basically just summoned all the monsters that it gave me on floor 1 and am rolling with that for the time being. But I'm looking at everything that the game is throwing at me and planning. Like, I will probably start to notice mechanics that appeal to me and start building around them. But I don't really feel like I have... I don't feel like I've seen a synergy compelling enough for me to do... For me to go ahead and like nuke my levels and like grind up a new monster or anything like that for that. That Division of Mortality, guys, probably the most compelling trade I've seen so far. I'm gonna have to like comb through my bestiary looking at stuff. Creature has a chance to afflict enemies with sleeping. So one thing that you can spoil me on, and it's not really a spoiler, just because it's more of a general question, right? Is like, does this game start pushing back? Like, you've played 500 hours, so you probably know the answer here. It's like, is the game actually going to start getting harder at some point? Because, I mean, I feel like it's probably going to start pushing back at some point. But, because if it's kind of just a sandbox game where you build really, really nasty, powerful teams and you take them out and you know, you whoop ass, and that's the whole story, and the game's not really so much designed to push back as it is to be like an interesting curio, like a sandbox team builder, I'm fine with that. I'm just curious, like, is the game gonna get rip shit hard all of a sudden at some point? And that's I don't mean to keep roping you into a conversation like you're here to have a dialogue with me, but you know, if you happen to be there and you're still listening and you feel like responding, that is something I've been curious about this entire time that I've been playing. Deep Submersion. Target's lowest stat is set equal to its highest stat. Then its highest stat is set to its minimum value. I assume it means the previous highest stat, because otherwise that would be really silly. That would just be target sets its lowest stat to 0. Right, so. It does. You can bump up what is referred to as realm instability, which applies debuffs to your creatures or buffs to enemies to add difficulty to battles. It also results in higher loot. I was looking at that thinking there was probably something to that. Automatically grants 10 knowledge points about Blood Crusader. Cool. Have I even seen a Blood Crusader? I'm having a really hard time remembering the names of everything in this game, and I think that's just because the game does not give a flying fuck about like content saturation. I mean, obviously it's a game with 1,200 creature types, so the odds that it cares deeply for my ability to like keep up on an encyclopedic level with what's happening is actually 0. All right, is this done? Give me 1 second. I think this realm might be done. Might just be kicked. I don't see anything else to do here. All right. So maybe. We'll see. I am looking forward to the realm instability, power, resource management struggle, all that stuff. I'm gonna talk to the not the shadow, this statue in case I missed any options regarding the god or whatever. Brimsmith. Mana for a Brimsmith. I mean, it feels like I should definitely try to get these token monsters, right? Teleport back to Siralim. What is there anything else I can do with knowledge or anything like that? That's probably why I found that netherstone. And maybe netherstones are just typically very rare, and I should have I should have like more respect for what I do with those netherstones. Remove spell gems from all creatures at the menagerie. Artifacts from all creatures. Okay, so these are like my my batch commands. I hadn't noticed that I could do that before. Apparently get to upgrade my blacksmith at some point. I'm sure that's got to do with the ice level that I'm currently working through. It's gonna unlock that. Okay, well, yeah, as we unlock mechanics, we're gonna have to play around with stuff. What is going on with my current time? 3:18. Can I do the next realm in under 12 minutes so that I can end on an even amount of time and maybe do like a 2.5 hour thing tomorrow? Okay, so I can go up to 5 depth and then select Frostbite Caverns. Down here, I also have Frostbite Caverns now that I've got it unlocked. That's interesting. So it's not realm depth though, right? Like, so say that I come here. Say that I go to like realm depth 2 Frostbite Caverns, right? Or realm depth 3 Frostbite Caverns. That's not going to give me like perk points, right? I don't have any unspent perk points right now. One thing I do want to try doing while I'm here though, before I go back up. It just feels very yeah, there's nothing stopping me from doing this. Does this update on the fly? 60, 50, 75, 63. Okay, so that doesn't update outside of battle. It's a battle only. But I'm almost certain that because he's got better stats, right? Like, this is easy. I just checked the stats. Yeah. This guy's awesome. I'm just going to go ahead and throw that guy in. Plus, it means that I can just load stats onto him, you know? Let me see. Like, the plan here, I guess, would be to shove my animators into slot 3, rely on this perk. And it doesn't say, like, their innate stats. So I'm gonna go ahead and hope. I'm gonna be optimistic and say more knowledge to each creature provides various benefits. Yes, I have read about that, but I'm wondering if the benefits extend to anything beyond, like, beyond like fighting them. It's like, well, you can reveal their health as they're being fought and stuff like that. And I don't know like what beyond that. I'm wondering if it's like you're allowed to make an A rank one or something like that if you get more knowledge. But I don't know. And I don't know if you spend the knowledge when you summon one, for example. You don't. Okay. Good to know. and welcome to the stream, Derzak. You guys are gonna watch me have like really horrible like autistic levels of ADD with this game. I'm gonna spend a lot of time just staring at like the bestiary and talking through like thoughts about how things potentially synergize. Knowledge is useful out of combat mostly. Out of combat. Spent 300 plus hours on this. Okay, well, try not to do spoilers that are too specific. Only because I'm doing a parallel run with a friend. Like, I'm doing a collab with a friend who's going through the game in parallel. And we're trying to do a blind thing where we explore the game together and we get, like, we're going to do, like, 6 hours a week each, stream all this stuff, and then come together on Friday and, like, talk about it on stream, you know? Normally, I don't care at all about spoilers. Just, I'll throw it out there. But this time is a very special case. First time in my life I care about spoilers, I guess. But just specific ones. Like, if you want to talk about, like, you know, your experience with the game, like what you like it for, because I love hearing stuff like that. Like, one of the guys earlier, Mad Hat Raven Desk, had said, you know, he's here a lot for mostly for the team building, and like you, he spent several hundred hours in the game, and I'm like, okay, that's excellent, because that's what I'm here for. Definitely, like, the team building aspects of the game, throw together a, you know, a powerful team with strong synergies and see what you're capable of. Shoved my Animatus into my third slot, which I think means that it's buffing itself via this perk. I'm not sure. I think so, though. It should be. And now we're just gonna make a couple more, like, swords or something. Because right now we're mostly just attacking, which feels like a really brain-dead obvious kind of thing to do for a little bit of grind early in the game, but at the moment I'm not super concerned with the min-maxing because I'm mostly getting exposure to all the various subsystems and mechanics that are available to me. This guy can upgrade a bunch of equipped items. So all right, and we'll stay satisfied with that for the moment. Interested in seeing if the Animatus gets the stat buff. I haven't run an Animatus spec team yet. Yeah, I am also, because I feel like if you can, if it buffs itself, right, then the immediate temptation is to build like some kind of artifact that is a stat stick and stick its own stat stick on itself, and you know, like, get into some kind of like concentrated runaway feedback loop. So I think Blood Crusaders, let me remind myself, what do these guys do? Always has many leeching, and this creature receives 100% more healing from all sources. So the buffs are, getting rid of the buffs is the first. Oh, yeah, I should inspect my guy though. Yeah, he absolutely gets his own stats. Look at that. I don't even have to do the math. I know he had like 75 attack prior to the battle. I've been paying just enough attention to say with very high confidence that he definitely got his own stats fed back to him. So that perk really just reads, he gets, you know, extra stats, just making my Animatus bigger for free. I mean, obviously, if you find a creature that's just a giant stat stick, then it's better to put that creature into slot 3 for your Animatus. But like I said, it may be possible to just buff his stats so tremendously with like an attribute focused artifact or something. Because like, I don't know yet. You know, you guys have had quite a while in this game, so you guys know. But it's not artifacts. It's the Oh yeah, you think artifacts only work in battle? Yeah, that would be the thing to check. Would be like, what stats are on his artifact? Yeah, so... Oh, his stat bump might actually be from that. Interesting. Let me see. Let me test what you're talking about. So he's got 63 attack right now. Cannot... Oh, no. I'm gonna have to check. But, well, actually, like... Because it says 63 outside of combat, so so you guys are saying when he gets into combat, we actually can't be sure that it's the perk versus the artifact. Yes, I will check for that after. I will check for that just as soon as I get back to town. Well, in this case, we'll definitely kill this guy. Man, the Animatus with the Dire Wolf is doing a fun amount of damage. Uh-oh. Yikes. We don't want that guy to be getting that much attack added to his stuff. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's actually definitely not good. Because if he decides to one-shot my Animatus, things will not be great, you know? Oh, there we go. Easy goner. Okay, Agate. Agate, huh? To the Enchanter. More charges. Yeah, I should do something. I should do something slightly more interesting than spam attack after this realm. See, this is the problem now is right that I'm going to end up having to spend a lot of time figuring out exactly what I should do in this case. Curio bombing. Okay. Time to discover what bomb does. Went to the wrong list. Bomb should be in here. At the start of the creature's turn, its bomb detonates. 80% of the afflictor's speed. And then this debuff is removed. So, is there any... Start of this creature's turn, its bomb detonates. So, out of curiosity, that thing I just got. To your spell. Oh no, that's not it. Where was it? What was it? Yeah, it must be this. Bombing. Curio bombing. There we go. When it deals damage with attacks or spells. There we go. I am assuming it already explained to me, actually, that even if a creature attacks multiple times in a single turn, it only deals damage once. So I'm guessing that I cannot cheese this by having like a lot of multiple hits go off and then stacking like a bunch of bomb. And it doesn't say here whether or not the bomb debuff stacks. To gain this bomb on damage. Yeah. So if you put a Curio of Bombing onto a creature that is already speed stacking and applying damage via speed through a spell, this seems really, really good. Basically, this is like saying, well, okay, give that creature 100% more damage. Like, basically, give that creature double damage. Or 80%, nearly enough, right? Nearly double. So... Alright, we'll kill you first, in this case. And then we'll try to kill... So we've got a health bar because we've got enough knowledge on these creatures to see a health bar, basically, which is nice. Plus, my guys are leveling up, which is making this a bit, a bit easier. So I'm guessing the kind of loop the kind of loop that this game presents eventually is that you sort of put together a team that you find interesting, and then you like kind of grind them up to, you know, a certain level. And so you end up leapfrogging, I bet. Like, the team that you throw together that you think is like really awesome, you're gonna take it and you're gonna like go back, like you assemble the entire team, that you go back down to like a lower level, and you... How did I hit both? How did I hit both of those creatures in one turn with my Animatus? I'm very confused. Anyway, yeah, so you probably assemble like an interesting team. They're lower level, you drop back down many realms, you grind them up, and then you kind of leapfrog your progress. Enemies will outlevel you without a chance to catch up eventually. You get splashing buff. Oh, what? How? How did I get splashing buff? Was it a, it must have been one of those map buffs. Basically. I'm guessing. Splashing. There we go. Yeah, that's actually going to make the realm much easier because my Animatus is now going to hit everything. Huh. Well, that's... Yep, splashing buff seems really nice. Okay. One thing I'm curious about is if you destroy a doodad before you've talked to the relevant, like, trading post or whatever, do you destroy it and so you have to, like, wake up to play? Or is this kind of brain dead? Like, can I just go around potentially destroying everything and I'll pick up the relevant items for trading? Or do I have to wait until I've talked to, like, a little tent or whatever? Conjoin allows you to craft gems conjointly. Increased by potency. The bomb is increased by 80%. Wait, 80% of the caster's speed? Potency. Is that just like a flat additional damage number? I'd have to test it. Automatically consume to pick it up. Okay. Some objects on the map can give you a buff at the start of each battle. Yeah. I've seen those show up. But yeah, you have to rely on your trait in order to outscale the enemies. Oh yeah, for sure. You have to if this game wasn't if this game was not arranged in such a way that you actually had to like cleverly make use of the many myriad intersecting systems that they've set up so far, in order to prevent yourself being outpaced, I would be very disappointed at this point, because it's like they have set up quite a few, you know, intersecting systems, interacting mechanics, and so it's like, okay, well, if I'm not, you know, if they're not at least going to push back enough that I need to make use of those, it would be very, very boring, right? No need to talk to the igloos first. You can pick up all the firewood and then hit all the igloos if you want to. Thank you. Again, would have been a really easy test on my own to figure that out. So it's like that would have just required me to pay attention for a few seconds. I don't really care about that spoiler. In fact, if I voice out loud a question that, I mean, use your best common sense on spoiling me. But I think that like it's fair that if I'm wondering out loud about something that's just going to require me to pay the fuck attention for 30 seconds in order to figure it out, feel free to spoil me on that. I don't think that matters. Creature has a chance to gain taunting when it deals damage with attacks or spells. Taunting on damage. Chance to taunt. Gain taunting. Does provoke gain taunting? Is that what happens, or is provoke something separate? Isn't it? I've been playing this game for, I can actually check. I've been playing this game for 3 hours and 36 minutes, guys. If I seem like I don't know what I'm talking about, it's because I have no fucking idea what I'm talking about. Taunting, right down there. Automatically provoke at the end of their turn. Okay, so it works in reverse, actually. It's got the reverse relationship. So rather than provoke triggering taunting, right, taunting activates provoke automatically, which is actually really good considering that we've established that they're going to start letting me strap functionality to taunting. So if my guys get to taunt automatically at the end of every turn, I'm assuming that there's probably going to be an engine for every single one of the combat actions. In that way, there will probably be traits that you can strap to mobs that, or buffs that make them attack again at the end of the turn or something like that, or attack when they heal and then they heal at the end of the turn with mending, etc. So as long as you can trace these systems back to, like, as long as you're good at engineering the systems in that way, you probably can make very, very powerful teams. Creature has a chance to gain agile when it deals damage with attacks or spells. I can't remember what agile does. I don't think I ever looked it up. I think actually when I was last encountered with agile, I don't think I knew about the status effect screen. There we go. Additional independent chance to dodge attacks. Probably equal to agile, right? This is one of those situations where I really wish it told me like how the math worked on the page. That may just be something they're withholding. Like that may just be like they want like you to collect diegetic information or whatever. So they're like, you know, go around and figure it out. And mudcog rather. Trait slop. After this creature is attacked, it afflicts enemies with blind. If enemies already have this debuff, it decreases their speed by 20% instead. Oh, I may have to start like... God, it's gonna suck. I've agreed to not use any kind of wikis or anything for this, but like remembering the specific traits and stuff attached to specific artifacts is going to be an incredible nightmare without a search system. I'm like, do I start making my own like Google Sheets table? Yeah, that was what I was. I'm like, is it time to break out a spreadsheet? Because if I've agreed to not use references, and I'm like, I ended up creating a spreadsheet. Ha! See, that's exactly. I'm like, oh, I'm thinking about like, how do I keep track of all these different items? Because it's like. Achievement earned. Oh, there we go. It's not like I'm gonna have a whole hell of a difficult time. I can tell these systems are already. It's like, okay, yeah, pull a couple of levers and you can create something really busted seeming. But keeping track of which artifact I'm gonna be like, okay, there must like I remember an artifact that applied mud, and mud I think applies blind, and it's like, you know, you want like a table, you want like a spreadsheet to be able to search that information so that you don't have to like paw through a list like this every time, you know? Costume little lizard. Ah, look at it. I'm not like that. I'm not usually like, I like that though. I like that little thing. Codex got search, really? When you socket those items artifacts, it will be the name of the trait itself. Yes, yeah, no, I have already noticed that. And you can do search if you are in possession of that information. Okay. Office Wizard, that was my contribution to the Kickstarter. Interesting. All right. You know, if I find Office Wizard, maybe I'll just go ahead and wear that in honor of you having shown up to my obscure little hole in the wall stream here. By the way, I appreciate you guys showing up and sharing your enthusiasm for the game, because this game seems like one of those like really interesting nook in the wall curios, right? Like this game is like, well, what if we did like Dragon Warrior monsters or Pokemon or whatever, but what we did was we shoved in a lot of like really powerful intersecting systems, and then we scaled it up like by 1 million, like 1,200 monsters. You can use all of them. There's breeding mechanics. You know, and they were like, welcome to the real world. Okay. Cool. So, and it seems like probably a game that could easily be underappreciated, because, you know, if you jump into this game and everything's doing 1 damage to your animatus and you can hold the turbo button from, like, Realm 1 to Realm 3, people can get the wrong impression of a game like that really fast. They're like, well, you know, the systems just aren't there or whatever. Like, the game poses no challenge, and like people are very inclined to play a game like this, and I think to approach it in the wrong way. And so I appreciate you guys. Like, it's always cool to have community members that are like in a game, like community members for a game that just roll around and actively, like, I don't know, make it a chill place to exist, right? Because when there's people around, it's always way more fun. It's like, oh yeah, people do like this game. You know, it's cozy vibes. Siralim players are always on the lookout for Siralim streams. Does it have a Discord? Should I plug myself? Maybe I'll plug myself on the next go around, because I'm way too or maybe one of you guys can throw me in there at some point. I will probably get the Discord if I'm gonna keep doing this, which it seems like I'm pretty happy to keep doing this. Doesn't actually start until you beat the story. Okay. I mean, that's, like, a lot of games argue for that, right? Like Path of Exile and other games that have, like, the end state is the state. And I don't know, I will probably be interfacing with, like, the story mode. The story mode is, oh, first combat that I fought more than 3 enemies. I think that you can kind of start interfacing with the end systems a little bit earlier than hitting post-end game, unless it really specifically gates, like, mechanics behind the story. But stuff like a game like this obviously wants you to do interesting sandboxy team building stuff. And so I'm probably going to basically I'm here to do that from the beginning. You know, I'm not here to, like, beat the story mode and then fuck off. You know, that's just not, that's the wrong way to approach a game like this. You're like, ha, I beat the story mode. I did it, I'm out. Like, you picked the wrong game if that's your approach, I think. The motivations of the developers, I think, are pretty clear. Something like this. So how many coins do I have? 5 coins? Okay, cool. Wait. Frost armor. Craft gems of frost armor. Shelled and 30% defense. I cannot for the life of me remember what shelled does. Ah, there we go. Shelled. Negates the next incoming attack or spell. It does not say that this doesn't stack. I really want multiple instances of shell to stack. Just make a team with, just make a blood mage team that keeps every single party member at 1 out of their maximum HP. But stacks about 1 billion shell, so that they're all doing some kind of ridiculous amount of damage. How am I doing on the clear here? There we go. Siralim players always considered the story the tutorial. Well, yeah, I'm sure. I mean, I've been in many communities where that happens, and I'm not gonna say there's anything, like, strictly wrong with it on an aesthetic level to say something like that, but it's like, you know, if you approach the game correctly, you're playing the game that you're gonna be playing even post-end game if you approach it properly. The problem is with the way that intentions in games like this from the developers are communicated, because what you end up with is a game where you come to the game and the game is like, here's an objective checklist, and you go through the objective checklist and then you're done, and a lot of players go, well, ha, I'm done. And it's like you ignored every important system only to the extent that you needed to, you know, check those boxes. There's a whole fun sandbox there. Like, play with it. Like, that's where the real game starts, is after, you know, after you've unlocked everything you can play with. And that's what you guys are sounds like what you guys are saying. And I agree. I've been a part of a lot of games that are very much like that. So, all right, I think I'm gonna have to call the stream for tonight, unfortunately, because if I keep going like this, like, I'm so close to 4 hours now. Every time. This is happening every time. Okay. I will do one more realm, but I have to focus on the realm so that and I should probably do some theory crafting. I'm not going to do some theory crafting tonight. I will do theory crafting on the next stream when I come in and figure out what it is that I'm going to do with my team. But tonight, I'm going to go do... Like, the bomb speed stuff is immediately kind of appealing to me. But I think I've got to, like, focus attributes and stuff. Because of my specialization, which I'm sure that I can change later, but I'm definitely going to stick with this for a while since I chose it for aesthetic reasons. Okay, so this is a boss. I have perk points. I can get five points here. So my animatus should be huge. Okay. These golems, they gain defense based on adjacent monsters, which is probably like that. Do they contribute? No. How about you? After an enemy is killed, this creature gains 25% of their stats and recovers 35% health. So I just kill you first. You don't have that much defense. Yeah, this doesn't look that hard. I think we literally just attack this turtle. Should be pretty straightforward, honestly. Yep. I think it should be automatic from here out. Yep. No, they don't have any adjacents, so. Here I was thinking that this, this was gonna be a 15-minute realm. I could maybe even do the next one. Brilliant, bravo, magnificent fight. No, you know, I'm gonna have to read all this stuff, so this is probably gonna be it. It seems that Myrtle ate all of my materials, so I have none to give you. Oh! What a surprise. If you're not, as a rule, if you're not young Wes, acquiring materials is the easiest part. You'll obtain plenty of them on your own during travels, after all. Yeah, no kidding. What am I going to give you today is something that far surpasses the value of his knowledge. Oh. I will travel back to Siralim ahead of you and imbue Everett's mind with all the knowledge that he'll need to help you make Siralim the very best kingdom it can be. This is the most hack contrivancy I've ever seen in a, like, ludonarrative setting. How very convenient. Roll, my friend. I hope to see you again soon. 50 perk points, though. That's good. Death's Call. Target is afflicted with feared and all its buffs are removed. There we go. I was waiting for my buff peel. Desperate Sacrifice. Your creatures are resurrected with 100% health. Then this creature is killed. Wait a second. So it doesn't gain stuff for each creature that dies there, but isn't there a perk that does that? So, okay. So, If there's a way to kill all of my own creatures, like, if there's some kind of kamikaze spell, which I'm sure that there has to be, come on. What we can do is we can max out Thrive on Death. Right. I mean, I'm gonna max Molecular Betrayal for now, but we can max out Thrive on Death. And then we can spec based around dying and resurrecting. Let's see, I'm immediately looking at this like, okay, where is the one that just resurrects my Forbidden Magic? There it is. The first time your Animatus is killed in battle, it resurrects 100% health. So if the spell gem that I just picked up, right? Womp womp. What I got was I got a blueprint for a spell gem. So it was like Incredible Sacrifice or something like that. Extreme Sacrifice. If there's a way to kill all of your monsters very quickly, then what you can do is you can set the Animatus up to, like, maybe it's the slowest monster on your team, and turn one what you do is, or maybe it casts a spell that kills everybody, and then it immediately casts a spell that brings everybody back and sacrifices itself. Well, it will resurrect based on its own perk, and it will eat, you know, the attributes from every other monster on your team. Which seems fairly good. You've returned. You would never believe what just happened. Azrael, yes, the god of winter himself, just appeared before me. He mentioned that in repayment for your deeds of valor, he would grant me the wisdom and knowledge to expand our kingdom. I don't care about this story at all. This completely failed to hook me in any way, shape, or form. After what happened, my vision faltered, blah, blah, blah. I believe we are finally ready to upgrade our castle. Okay, so what can we do with this? Whenever you'd like to start a new project, projects allow us to add new facilities to our castle. Is this going to be tethered to, like, power and stuff that you do outside of the castle relative to progress? If this is real time, I'm probably going to burn the game. I'm probably going to throw it out. But if it's tethered to, like, realm progress, that I would find, you know, really satisfying. Start on the new project right now. Please, please, please. I hope they do this right. Blacksmith's rank 2 project. Projects unlock new game features and reward you with valuable items. Okay. You must seek out the required items in the realm. Each project requires different items. Okay, so they're fetch quests that feed back into progress. That's fine. That's perfect. No, not real time, fortunately. Not that idle game bullshit. Well, yeah, I mean, it wouldn't even be, you know, I mean, a lot of, like, I actually like incremental games. I am the weirdest person I know because I'm like a super demanding deep strategy kind of player, but at the same time, like, I've actually played a lot of incremental games and I think that there's actually a lot, like, incremental games are seeing a lot more push from the RPG genre. Like, incremental games are being invaded by RPGs. The genre is being invaded by RPGs, and they're actually doing some really interesting things. The other one I liked is Orb of Creation. Well, if you have even a passing interest in incremental games, Endless World was actually very good. Surprisingly good. And World Flipper is it's so hard to call it a pinball game, but it's a pinball game with idle or incremental elements, and but it's mostly like a weeby anime kind of a, like, RPG thing, and it's completely just about team building and then, like, letting the game play itself. Like, you build the team and then the game plays itself. Basically, people do, like, auto battler teams, and so the whole thing ends up being focused on team building around synergy, but it's got, like, gacha elements and stuff. So a lot of those games do, and that's kind of the problem, is that they bring in these elements that are obviously, like, psychologically manipulative. Anyway, right now you can only take on one project at a time, but you'll be able to increase this limit later on. Cool. Make sure you're always working on as many projects as you can. Okay. That does not sound... speak with Everett and start Blacksmith project. Project, start new project, Blacksmith rank 2. And that costs me some buildy material, which is the first time I've had to spend this. Okay, and so I'm going to have to go find those items. Do I have to go to specific realms for that? It would be mildly annoying if I had to go to specific realms. If those just, like, start showing up when I take on the quest, that would be... Quiet Dungeons and Realms. Nope, okay. If they just start spawning, that will be fantastic. We will turn Siralim into the best kingdom in all of Erdia. Check back often to see what new projects I have to take you on. Everything can be found anywhere. I like that. Yeah, again, the game is making a lot of good decisions from my perspective. Like, in my opinion. A lot of good implementation so far. Technology that will allow us to fuse your creatures together. This newfound power would allow us not only to defend against any incoming attacks from Nex more effectively, but also to fight back against the King of Nex whenever we manage to find him again. Okay. Caustic reactors are best bet to learn how fusion works. Seek out Venedon, the god of discord, and convince him to teach us the secrets of fusion. One thing that I'm really hoping is that monsters don't become obsolete. I'm hoping that there aren't monsters that are just so far and away better than other monsters that you the fusing. I've heard disappointing things about the fusing via the Steam reviews. So I'm hoping that, like, it doesn't just lead to the obsolescence of monsters and that sort of thing, or lead to some kind of, like, infinitely grinding loop of infinitely scaling stats. Because a lot of these games do that, and it's like, I'll still enjoy it, but that becomes a little bit Pepega, I guess. Yeah. So okay, so we've got these systems. Seems okay so far. Game seems alright. I'll definitely enjoy playing this game more. Start a new project. And I can't start this project because I've only got one project slot right now. Further upgrade your spell gems, though. Okay. I'm so tempted to be a little lizard. I'm gonna be a little lizard. Ha 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 ha. I'm adorable. Alright. And that's gonna be like the last thing that I do, right? Yeah, I got 1 minute left on the clock. Okie dokie. I'm gonna go ahead and save game and exit. Is it? Yep. There we go. We immediately jettisoned the moment that I pressed that. Really interesting. Let's bring back up the game and see if it, okay. There we go. I did not mean to, like, shut down the whole game instantly. Okay, well, that's cool. So I guess when I come back to the game, I get to hit continue, and yeah. Cloud storage, huh? So yeah, that was an introduction to Siralim, or Siralim Ultimate. I think it's gonna be a really interesting exercise in theory crafting, basically. And that's probably gonna be where most of the meat and substance of the game is, and I'm gonna have a lot of fun with it. Right off the bat, I'm so interested in ways to, like, infinitely feed my animator golem back into itself. Like, very interested in buffs that might increase the stats of monsters that may then, you know, feed back into the animator, animatus, right? Like, probably. I think that I've taken the wrong approach by basically giving everybody an attack and just kind of throwing down monsters. Even at this stage of the game, it feels like if I spend just a little bit of time crafting up a reasonably synergetic team, then I will be, you know, I'll be getting a really high yield out of those efforts, just thinking about that. So probably the next time that I play, I've only got 2 more hours to play this week before Friday. And the next time that I play, what I will do is I will probably spend some time pawing through the current bestiary that I've filled out and handpicking a couple of monsters and then running really, really quickly through like some monsters to slap powerful spells on. Basically, I'll spend a little while with the spellcrafting system. I may as well write some of the stuff down, I guess. So if I go gonna pop my obsidian journal here. So just want to make some notes for myself for later. And you guys probably are not going to see this, but I'm just going to be typing out for a quick second here. Siralim. Things that I want to do, like to do, you know, I want to theory craft some spell gems. Pick a few monsters out of your current bestiary. The game's got notes. Oh yeah, that'd probably help. But I have note-taking software I really like on my PC. If you have never heard of a software called Obsidian, definitely look into it. Super, super cozy. Although I might also transfer these notes into game or something like that at some point. But I don't want to be running up the clock right now. I've promised Adam that I'm only going to play a certain amount of time. So I want to pick a few monsters out of the current bestiary to focus on. Basically just upfront a little bit of effort. You know, basically just do a bit of team building. Front loaded. Then grind out some a couple lower level realms or something before continuing. There we go. I'd unlock fusing before theory crafting. Well, I'm not gonna like do any kind of big theory crafting session. Mostly I'm just feeling like, you know, holding down the attack button is gonna have seriously diminishing returns over the next couple of realms. So what I want to do is maybe set up a guy that casts like a nuki spell at, you know, because I've got monsters set up right now. Like I've got a guy with a staff that has a good high int stat. And it's like I should probably put a damage spell on that guy so that he's not just attacking every turn. So I can set his strategy to have him, you know, casting a spell that has a good number of charges and does a decent amount of damage, so that he's not just like attacking these guys with really high defense stats and doing like 2 damage and buffing them because they, you know, their attack goes up every time they take a hit or something like that. I've encountered situations where I'm like, oh, this is really suboptimal. So it's like, what I have to do is take like 3 seconds at the start of next stream and do a little bit of team building to make sure that my, like, the stuff I've got in place makes sense before I go forward. I'm not talking about deep level theory crafting, you know what I mean? Just like take 3 seconds to prep my team before I continue knuckling down on the realms and going deeper. Okay, so that's gonna be it for tonight. You guys are heroic for showing up to my little nook in the wall here. I will find the Siralim Discord and I'll post my stream the next time I'm streaming. So hopefully you guys will see me then. All right, everybody. Have a good night, guys. Goodbye for now.